Cienījamā Saeimas priekšsēdētājs Biedras kundze, godājamais ministrs prezidents, deputāti gan no Latvijas, gan no 3 Baltijas.
We have colleagues from Latvia, from all the 3 Baltic states, and the experts who are here. I want to greet you here in our conference, Energy Independence in the Baltics, Shared Responsibility and Opportunities. And this conference is our joint project of the Baltic Assembly, Latvian delegation, as well as of our Economic, Agriculture, Environmental, Regional Policy Committee of the Saeima. And we have talked a lot about energy security, about Baltic States interdependence, and of course we understand that the challenges that we have are the challenges of everybody. So energy independence and energy resilience in the hybrid war situation is extremely important. So that's why we have prepared an important and interesting conference for you. We have international speakers, but before we start the main topic, I'm inviting Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica, Deputy Speaker of the Saeima.
Godājamais Minister.
Prime Minister, members of the Parliament, dear guests, I'm very happy to see the also parliamentarians from Lithuania and Estonia and colleagues from the ministries from the Latvenergo. And I understand that there are several colleagues who have joined us remotely. So I'm very happy to see all the panelists and all other participants. So we will have an opportunity to talk about important issues like energy independence in the Baltics. This is the first day of the new government in session, and the new government has been approved with the main focus on security and safety. And we understand that also in the energy sector itself is an extremely big part of our security architecture. So energy security is important also for economic stability, for development and growth. So basically for resilience of the society in general. And we could see that what happened when in Latgale electricity grid did not work at the point when the drone attack was happening, when the drones invaded the airspace. At this point, the people felt very uneasy about it. So electricity is extremely important. So this is a main and an important service that we provide to our society. And if people are not receiving it, they really feel insecure. So thank you so much for organizing this conference, and I know that one of the panels will be talking about the role of the society in strengthening energy security. We know that Russia is the aggressive state and it's our neighboring state, and they want to hurt us, they want to keep us fearful. But actually, because of the Russian aggression in Ukraine and because of the threats that we heard in Latvia, in the Baltics, we became stronger. In 2022, we were able to cut our ties regarding gas supplies from Russia. And at this point, Latvia is buying zero gas. And of course, we are now working with LNG supplies, and we are cooperating with LNG terminals. And it was possible also to diversify our sources, and the United States is one of our suppliers, which is extremely important both for supply security and also strategically. Because of the Russian aggression, we were able to cut our ties also from Russian electricity grid, and we were able to synchronize our internal grid in the Baltics. And this is something that we were able to achieve on a very professional level and really quickly. And our people did not even notice a second when something was different. So it means that we were able to cut dependency on Russia. And now all the 3 Baltic states, we are more secure. we are more independent and we are more secure because of that. And I think energy independence is extremely important. And also it means that our solar capacity and our wind capacity has to be improved. And because of the aggressor that made us make a lot of decisions, we were able to amplify our capacity in other areas. So we can say that everything we learn from what the aggressor is doing is making us more independent. So basically all of our economy has to be cut from Russia's influence so that Russia cannot have any sort of influence on us. And cutting trade ties is the next step. And this is a way to make sure that the aggressor cannot threaten us or influence us on any economic level. It is understandable that energy prices influence prices in general. I don't even have to explain it to you. You all understand how energy influences the general price level. But during the energy crisis, we were able to see that again very tangibly. So it is really good that we have already started to strengthen our energy independence. I remember in January this year, when we had our traditional foreign policy debates, we started to talk about possible increase in prices. And there were some who agreed to that prognosis, but then some people said, why do we have to talk about those potential risks and why do we have to prepare for those potential risks? But then we were able to see how those energy prices increased very rapidly and how our economy was able to absorb that. Again, it means that our economy has to be prepared, and we are also working on a global scale with other economies. The Baltics are not independent from the rest of the world. It means that any knowledge that we obtain, any understanding helps us, and we have to evaluate the risks and become stronger. We understand that we need capacity, local capacity, because local capacity increases our resilience. And also, we need knowledge and resilience of our society. This is the way how we can face the risks and come up with rational decisions. Because we cannot afford to be threatened or to be disinformed by social media. There are several disinformation campaigns there saying that we don't need the wind energy, we don't need renewable energy. We have to be able to explain to all people that we need renewable energy and it makes us stronger. So thank you so much to everybody who has participated in organization of this conference. You have a great team. And I want to thank all the speakers and moderators who have joined the conference. And I am absolutely sure that the discussion will be fruitful and they will give us a lot. And it will make us closer to energy independence, energy resilience, and energy security. All the best of luck. Thank you so much for our hostess, Deputy Speaker of the Saeima. And the next speaker is a person who is not only the generator of the idea of the conference and the initiator of it, but also the one who was responsible for the working group that worked on the infrastructure of BSPS, and that committee came up with a report regarding our challenges regarding energy security. So what we're doing right now is that we are continuing on this path. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, I'm inviting the Prime Minister of Latvia, Andris Kolbergs. Dear Deputy Speaker of the Saeima, colleagues, guests, I'm very happy to see you all here. You see that in politics things move so quickly and changes are happening at every corner. And this is the same in the energy. We cannot plan for 20, 30 years in advance. We have to be flexible. We have to be capable to react very quickly. Yes, Kasper, just as you mentioned, I was also one of the people who initiated the conference and wanted this conference. And the 10 countries of the Baltic Sea region, those countries were working together on the report. And we started on energy interoperability, but in the end, our report was energy security, which means that this topic is important for all of us, and we all understand. It's been a 2-year process, and we can understand that we are very vulnerable. And we do not coordinate those issues sufficiently enough. We have very individualistic view regarding our strategies on energy. We do not always keep the big picture in mind, but actually we cannot afford to be isolated. So the whole concept of renewable energy means that at the points when maybe one source of energy is giving a bit more and the other one is not sufficient, that we are able to use our interoperability and provide energy security. So we don't want to be in a spot when the grid is empty. So together with the experts, with our society, with politicians, we can see that the communication is not 100% perfect. Quite often we give annual numbers. We just say how much we produced and how much we imported. So maybe that's a good indicator, this annual number. But at the same time, we have to understand that electricity is a product of a second. And if at that particular second there is no electricity, there is no electricity. And this becomes a huge problem. And this is something maybe politicians do not understand. And maybe politicians keep saying that we will be able to make sure that everything is stockable with renewable resources. We have to understand that renewable resources, the generating power, is not always sufficient at all times. And this is one of the things that we will be discussing in this conference. We don't have an ideal world, a perfect world in our mind where we can say we can only have wind energy and solar energy and that's it. And we don't have controlled generative powers. If we could, then it means we should have, like Denmark, we should have Norway as a neighbor, and then if something happens, Norway would provide. But Norway maybe is not so happy with Denmark's reliance on their grid. How many connections we have in Latvia? Only with Lithuania and Estonia. That's it. We do not have an external connector with Sweden or any other country. It means that we are reliable, we are dependent on each other. So we have to be secure in our own region. What happened this winter, for example? The winter was very cold, there was no sufficient wind. It means that renewable energy sources could not always provide all we needed. There was a difficult situation in the Baltic States, but Baltics were able to generate necessary capacity. If we think of February, for example, 73% of what we were able to generate. In Estonia, more than 50%, and in Lithuania, more than 60%. In Latvia, we were able to generate 100% of the necessary capacity, which means that we were able to provide the energy to Lithuania and Estonia. And that was the point when we realized if one of the cables were cut by, let's say, shadow fleet, then we would be in a problematic situation regarding our producers, regarding our people. So we cannot stop thinking about control generative capacity. And this is also in the control report. If we take a look at what is happening in the Estonian grid and the Lithuanian grid, we can say there are energy sources with a strategic view, and the signals are very clear. So if we want to increase use of energy, then we need to introduce security risk factors and capabilities. And for our neighbors, this has historically been the biggest problem. We have to think about capabilities. But I know that politicians keep talking about wind power and solar power, but they do not provide a comprehensive option. We were talking about modular reactors of atom energy. This is a way that we can go, but we will not be able to implement it within a couple of weeks. It will take some time. So up until then, when we are able to implement that option, we also have to have a plan that really works. So now, becoming the Prime Minister, I want to invite you, and also asking my colleagues and prime ministers from Lithuania and Estonia, I want to sit together with you at one table and to think not only about Lithuanian, Latvian or Estonian strategy. I want us to think about our common strategy. And it's not possible to think about internal strategies. We have to think about common strategy. We all cut our ties with Russia regarding the energy. It means that we also have to sit together at one table, and we have to work together as one island, not as three islands. And we have to cooperate, and we have to complement each other, just like Denmark is working with Norway. And also we want to make sure that we are not we do not have overlapping capacity. We understand that there is no perfect world where there is only atomic energy or only one other type of energy. No, but we want to have diversification of sources, and we are able to offer everything that needs. At this point, thermal electrostation seems to be like the capacity that we are able to control, and we cannot exclude it from our strategy. Otherwise, thermal electric station, and we have to come up with a political understanding. Do we continue investing? Do we renovate those stations? And then we receive a report from the competent company explaining what would happen if we stop operating one of those power stations. What will happen? It means that only 56% will be our the amount that we're able to produce ourselves. I think it's not efficient. So what I was trying to explain with those numbers, I'm trying to say that we cannot think the same way as we were thinking before. Last year, the Inchikon reserve would only full to 60% capacity, and then when the winter was over, the only 20% in the reserve was full. So it means that our reserves, they have to be managed. So it means that if there were one more cold month, then we will be in this very uncomfortable situations. It means that also our Inchikon reserve has to be used as a strategic resource for all three Baltic states. And then we have to come up with the common thinking that political decisions have to be common. And then if we do things together, then we are able to buy gas at a cheaper price using economy of scale. And this will be also part of our security architecture. Because at this point, we are basically working from the commercial point of view. And from the commercial point of view, it doesn't make sense to store huge resources because it doesn't pay off. But we have to develop a different thinking. Another point I would like to make, and I think this is the turn we took wrong, my country and also other Baltic states, energy companies, they are becoming too commercial. And we'll have to keep asking ourselves, why do we have state energy companies? What is the role of the state energy companies? I think the role is to work in the interest of political strategies. And I think that the state energy companies have to provide energy security. This is the main priority. And I think we lost that priority. We are very commercial. So, but then in this case, why would it be a state company? It would be a private company. The private company could work on the commercial basis, and that's it. And I understand from the Ministry of Finance wants bigger dividends, and of course, the state becomes the one that makes a lot of money from it. And if it's in the law, then what the board of that state company is thinking, they have the priority, because the priority that was assigned to them is to make money. So I think that those should be the energy companies in the Baltic states. They have to prioritize security. Thus, they will be able to solve the issue that the private sector is not able to solve. The mobile atomic station. This is not something that the commercial sector can solve, because it's quite an investment. But at the same time, only working on the wind and solar energy and also putting some hurdles on the private sector, this is not something a state should do. Because if there is a commercial interest, the private companies would do that in a heartbeat. But if we have the state energy companies, then we have to prioritize security. So this is something I wanted to stress. We have to understand which direction we are going. Energy security. And this is also something that I was able to see in our interparliamentary conference. This is a big problem throughout the region, because if we do not have sufficient energy security, then we are running a huge risk. That's why the 3 Baltic states, we have to make sure that we have a plan on how to survive a similar winter as the one we just had. And our security institution said that our neighbor is waiting for a cold, hard winter so that we would not be able to take care of ourselves. And this winter we came close to that huge vulnerability. So that's why let's think strategically and have a great conference.
Liels paldies, Ministra Prezident.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for an extensive analysis. I should add that in tomorrow's session, the 3 committees responsible for economy and energy of the 3 Baltic states met. And so I've also talked with the ministers and vice ministers of energy, and they also mentioned the interconnections and their geographic locations, also the development of energy. Estonia is taking the very first steps towards nuclear energy, which is a historic feat, and Latvia will continue to see what Estonia does. I want to now highlight our agenda, which I believe will be very interesting with various experts, but we'll start with the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency and his report on the effects of the conflict in the Middle East and Europe's energy independence. And then we'll have 2 working sessions. In session 1 through 2 panels, we will be looking at issues of resilience and security. We'll be joined by an expert from Germany and also from Finland, a representative of Fingrid, that will provide insights in the development and increasing capacity of energy and balancing energy portfolios in these countries, which is what our Prime Minister just emphasized. And also we'll have discussions with the leading energy experts from Latvia and heads of the main energy companies. And in the last discussion, we'll focus in particular on an issue that relates to the resilience and capacity of the entire society in the context of being able to react to disinformation as one of the elements of hybrid warfare. It will be a political discussion where we've invited 3 representatives of the Baltic parliaments for a more political discussion on the role of politicians in protecting the society from the risks of disinformation, which also covers critical infrastructure and energy infrastructure. There is one institution that deserves a special thanks for organizing this conference that has employed its international contacts to make this conference more interesting. So I want to thank the Ministry for Climate and Energy for developing this content and providing organizational help. So I'm very happy that we've had the chance to cooperate. And now I want to give floor to Olga Bogdanova, who is Deputy State Secretary at the Ministry for Climate and Energy, and also the President of the World Energy Council Latvia and Associate Professor at the University of Latvia. Madam Deputy Speaker, Prime Minister, colleagues, MPs, guests, this first session is dedicated to geopolitical events, and it was already mentioned that relatively recently we were 100% reliant on the gas we bought from Russia. I'd say that even 10 years ago, our gas market was essentially controlled by Russian capital companies. They were managed by Russia, so we received this gas from Russia. Our energy independence was at an all-time low. Now the Baltics have proven they can take leadership. We are becoming more and more owners of our own energy market. And I'm honored to be here today and to talk with one of the most well-informed people on this issue. They had executive director of the International Energy Agency, who has also said that we manage our own assets, but we are very dependent on what's happening outside our countries. And regarding the agenda and the content, the climate for energy and climate has three priorities: energy independence, and energy security, and more competition of our energy market, and of course the understanding of the public, so that all of us, including the officials and the public and the NGOs, truly understand how to solve these issues together. So I'll now transfer it over to English.
A great pleasure that you have a possibility to join this important high-level conference today. Thank you for your time, and we would like to hear from you a wider, broader overlook of what's going on currently, geopolitically, and how those geopolitical context impact, what kind of impact it has on particular countries and regions. So, floor is yours, and after your keynote speech, we will be more than happy to ask you some other questions. I would like to invite audience also to follow the keynote and definitely raise your questions to one of the most competent people in the world on the energy geopolitics. Please, floor is yours.
So very many thanks, dear colleagues, and it's a great pleasure and great honor to be with you today. I am going to talk about the Baltic countries in a minute, about Europe in a minute, but I wanted to say, first of all, that we are in the middle of the largest energy crisis in the history. No country is immune to the effects of this energy crisis. And Europe and European countries are facing an energy crisis twice in 5 years of time. After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we had the energy crisis, especially natural gas, and now this is the second one. And Europe is in a vulnerable situation. And I can tell you that I believe what made Europe vulnerable is because in my view, two historical strategic mistakes we made in energy strategies. Number one is the over-reliance on one single country for energy imports, which was Russia. In the energy world, to have an over-reliance on one single country or one single trade route, as we just saw, is a major risk. And despite the international energy agencies' several warnings, countries have unfortunately relied on Russia. And despite our warnings, we were told, Russia never cut the energy and will never cut the energy. So Russia did cut the energy, and it was a major mistake. The second major mistake we made in Europe, which is again made Europe vulnerable today, is the 1990s, about 1/3 of the electricity in Europe was coming from nuclear power. But after that, European countries turned their back to nuclear power, and it declined, and very soon it will go around 15%. It made our economies, our energy system, less competitive and less secure. I think if we are vulnerable today to those crises, these two crises, it is also because of these two mistakes we made, and I think we should learn from these two mistakes. In today's world, dear colleagues, we are seeing that we are entering a major threshold if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened fully and unconditionally very soon. Because this strait brings big chunk of oil and gas globally we use to the markets, about 20%, but also fertilizers, petrochemicals, and others. We are now coming to end of May, and I can tell you this is about third month after the crisis. We were a bit fortunate as a world when we started this crisis because we had already a lot of surplus of oil in the market before the war has started. Second, IEA, and thank you very much to all the Baltic states supporting this, IEA released 400 million barrels of oil stocks to the markets, but both of them are coming to an end because new production does not come from Middle East. So towards the end of June, the cushions, these buffers are going to be depleted heavily. And at the same time, beginning of July and August, in many parts of the world, the travel season will start. Travel season starts meaning demand will increase. And as a result of that, I believe if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened soon, fully and unconditionally, global economy will enter a red zone starting from Asian countries. But as I said before, nobody will be immune to that. Because there is one oil price in the world, and the natural gas prices are affecting each other. So this is how I see the situation. Coming to the Baltic States, a few words. Now, Baltic States made very important moves, ranging from the Mr. Prime Minister mentioned reducing or nullifying the Russian energy, but also synchronizing its electricity system with Europe, getting the Russian part out, and plus pushing very strongly the renewable growth. These are all great steps in the right direction. And your cooperation with with the European countries, other European countries, and with Poland is, of course, very important. Now, if I can finish by, before going to the questions, as you said, Madam Deputy Secretary, a few thoughts. In my view, golden rule number one for energy security is diversification. We have to diversify as much as possible. Whoever it is, we shouldn't have a huge over-reliance because the world is becoming a dangerous place. And geopolitics is playing much more important role than it was playing before. So diversification is number one. I want to mention this. And the second one is for Europe and the Baltic states. We don't have so much domestic oil and gas resources. We will use oil and gas. There is no way out of this. But we must increase the share of electrification in our energy systems as much as possible. This can be from renewables, this can be from nuclear power in some cases, this can be gas or other sources, because electricity is a domestic source of energy generation. Now, for the Baltic states, for the short term, maybe from my point, three important actions I would suggest to navigate this crisis. I would maintain the readiness to use emergency stocks and solidarity mechanisms if it is and when it is needed. We must make sure that we support the most vulnerable parts of the population, targeted support there in a temporary way, temporary because we shouldn't lead to market distortions, and to take some demand-side measures to reduce the demand for oil or gas and others. These are maybe practical terms we suggest many countries, and it's applied around the world, that I would suggest. To finish, energy security will be the key determinant of the energy decisions in Europe and in the world, especially in this rather dangerous world. And Europe made some huge mistakes in the past, dropping the nuclear power, over-reliance on Russia. I hope we learn from these mistakes and we build a Europe with all its member countries strong and sovereign. If you want to have a sovereign Europe, it goes through having a strong energy security measures implied in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Birol. Yes, well, audience, please ask your questions because it's a very unique opportunity. But before people are formulating the questions in their mind, I have the first one. How do you evaluate the current European strategy? Did Europeans learn from the lessons we faced, and whether this current strategy, or in the process of the drafting of this new strategy, we have taken into account enough the geopolitical situation? How you evaluate that?
I think it's a great question. I think we learn a lot, but not completely. I give you one good example, one bad example, so that I am fair. Good example is, as I said, I have been saying years that it was a big mistake Europe abandoned the nuclear power. This includes many countries, but a key country here is Germany. I mean, I have been several times in Germany, and every time I said it is a mistake to drop nuclear power plants which were functioning like a Swiss clock and providing electricity 24/7, and stopping them, these nuclear power plants, and try to replace it with the import of hydrogen from Namibia. So I as an energy person, it doesn't make so much sense to me. I said very clearly throughout the years, and I get a lot of bruise because of that, I know. But recently, Bundeskanzler Merz told me and told also publicly it was a mistake what Germany did. So many European countries, I think, understood that this was a mistake, so we learn from our mistakes. But I give you also a better example. In the current crisis, some European governments, some of them directly, some of them indirectly, asking me whether or not we should make use of the Russian energy in these difficult days in a temporary time. I say we made a huge mistake, strategic mistake, that we had an over-reliance on Russia. And if you make a mistake once, it is a mistake. But if you repeat it, it is beyond being a mistake. So I warned them, and it means in that case we didn't learn enough, at least some of the members in Europe.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from audience? Yes, please, you can ask in English or in Latvian as well, in case it's needed.
So I will introduce myself, Gabriel Gorbachevsky, Vice Minister of Energy of Lithuania and Lithuania's governor in the International Energy Agency. Executive Director, I have a question regarding current energy crisis in the Gulf. How do you assess how much International Energy Agency's collective action to release part of strategic oil reserves influenced the price? I believe it will be very beneficial for Member of Parliaments to know. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much to you and your colleagues for being a part of this stock release. The minute 11th of March, we released the stocks. The minute the information went to the markets, oil prices went down by $20. And it saved trillions of dollars to the global economy. As of today, it, on average, from the stocks of the IEA countries, it brings markets 2.5 million barrels of oil every day. If it was not there, then the red zone I mentioned that we might be entering end of June could have been much earlier. So it made a major positive, comforting effect to the markets. And I can tell you that it was only 20% of all the stocks we have. We still have 80% in our pocket. If the situation gets worse, and if we all agree, then we can bring more oil in the markets and once again to support the global economy. Of course, I wanted to also mention that our bringing the stocks to the markets is something like if you have if you are sick, like getting aspirin. It helps to improve your situation, but it doesn't solve the problem. The solution of the problem is fully and unconditional opening of Strait of Hormuz today. If it doesn't happen long time, we will have a major headache in the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have time for a very small question, if any. If not, yeah. Yeah,
yes.
So please.
Dr. Birol, my name is Reinis Selbotiņš. I work on energy wholesale markets surveillance and monitoring on my daily basis as day job. Today I'm moderator here. It's a pleasure having you here. Could you please briefly elaborate on the following question? There has been plenty of excitement, of course, around the globe about transitioning away from the fossil fuels and embracing renewables. But where do you see, where does the balance lie, given the current global conditions on the energy markets and the high risks? Where does the balance lie between the use of legacy technologies and indeed the deployment, the very rapid deployment of renewable energy technologies, or is there any balance at all under the current conditions? Thank you.
Thank you. And when we look at the numbers, we see that the renewables are growing very strongly. I mean, it is already, for example, in the year 2025, last year, all power plants installed in the world, 75% were renewables alone, mainly solar, wind, geothermal, and others. And they are chosen mainly because they are more economic than alternatives. Nuclear power is making a comeback around the world in many countries, but we will still need oil and gas for some time to come. Here the question is, from which countries, under which conditions we will get oil and gas as an important country, or important countries, important regions as Europe. Here, it is very important that we make these deals, we make these agreements, import agreements with the trusted partners, that they are not going to use this energy one day as a weapon against us. Even if they don't use it, if they have the ability to use it, and if the markets know that, this gives them a very strong positioning. So therefore, we need the diversification here. We have to increase the domestic energy production as much as possible. Again, solar, nuclear power, wind, hydropower, and the others. And we have to import oil and gas. We cannot leave them from one day to another. There is a transition, yes, but it will take some time. And but while we do it, we have to make a diversification here, and from which countries we get them, and we should choose the trusted partners.
Dr. Biro, we would like to once again sincerely thank you for your insights and broad overview of the trends, and thank you very much from the audience. Thank you. Jā, un tagad es nodotu stafetes
And now I pass the baton over to Reinis Abotiņš, who will be moderating the next session dedicated to energy security regarding energy systems. I hope my mic is working. The interpreters can hear me. Great. Dear conference guests, attendees, after hearing such an inspiring speech and a number of speeches, I am very honored to turn your attention to questions that are more practical, more down to earth, more material, and what the previous speakers called a situation where we need energy when we need it and how we need it. And it's not easy. We use energy every day, but it's not a simple process to get it. We need multiple components. One is the capacity to manufacture it. The other is the capacity to deliver it. The third is the ability to deliver energy when and how you need it. And that refers especially to electricity, less so to gas, but in a cold winter morning, I believe that we change our views on heating. Not everything can be electrified, and some energy is produced by burning material as well. But we'll have discussions now that will focus in particular on the role of renewable energy in the new energy ecosystem. Dr. Biro also mentioned that we are transitioning away from our dependence on fossil fuel, but that must be done logically, taking into account the real circumstances. There's a time and a place for everything, you know. But the first speaker I'd like to introduce is our great companion, Olivier Fay from 50 Hertz. That is a German operator that has also visited Latvia and talked to us and share his knowledge from the German perspective, so that we can look at how these renewables and the changing balance of these renewables can impact the operation and security of energy systems, because today we are focusing in particular on the security aspect as emphasized by Dr. Birol. Olivier.
I hope you will still be able to stay after your presentation for a short while for a few questions. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rainis. Thank you for this kind introduction. I'm very honored to be invited to this great conference. Thank you very much for thinking about us, for inviting us, and for being able to share our thoughts on renewables and system security. Not only because we believe it's an important topic in these challenging times that Fatih Birol was so nicely describing beforehand, but also because as someone who is working in Germany and in Belgium, you will see the Baltic countries, and especially Latvia, Lithuania and so on, are very important to us as well. We have discovered, in fact, how important it is in Europe to work together, to bring our countries closer together, to bring our energy systems closer together to the benefit of everybody. So I'm very, very pleased to be with you. Thank you for that to all the organizers. I will take rapidly the screen. I've prepared 3-4 slides for you to guide you through the little presentation, and then happy indeed to take a couple of questions. Is it working correctly, and do you see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, I just to present very briefly our company. You see here on the right-hand side where the area is where we are responsible for. We are an electricity transmission system operator called 50 Hertz that is acting in the northeast of Germany, covering also the city of Hamburg. And we are part of an international energy group. So this is maybe something that is not very common in Europe. So on the one hand, we are an electricity TSO in Germany. We do the same business in Belgium. This is what you see in what is called ELIA. So exactly the same business, pure electricity transmission. And we are also active at international level, where we are gaining a lot of experience, for example, in the United States, in Southeast Asia, via a consultancy company we are having that is also working on different challenges of the energy transition in different countries. Plus, we are developing transmission projects via the daughter company we called WindGrid. And our expertise is really, where does the energy transition based on renewables raise and boost? And this is where, in fact, we can support and we can cooperate. In Germany, you see that we have reached today in our area already 75% of renewables based on PV and solar. So hydro, unfortunately, is not that helpful in our very flat country, but wind and solar are really boosting, and this is where we are, the transmission system operator. And based on this experience, this is what I brought for the discussion today. You see that we had a quite dynamic evolution in terms of especially wind and solar since 2010. Today, for whole Germany, we are supplying an average 55% of the electricity consumption. In our area, we are, let's say, the front runner area, thanks to, in fact, our potential also from the Baltic Sea, but also some available space with good wind and solar condition onshore. this is why we are a little bit ahead of the whole German trend with reaching 75% as we speak. And you see that the trend is not over. So interesting is now what comes next. In fact, if you want to go closer and closer to 100% renewables-based system, we see that there is 22 gigawatts of PV currently in the pipeline and approximately 8 gigawatts of onshore wind expected to come. And interestingly, you can say now we are in a phase where it's not only continuing based on the learnings from the past, but we see in terms of system security, but also of costs and affordability, a kind of tipping point where we have to, in fact, innovate and to learn now from the past, but to develop new solutions we have in order to keep our system reliable and affordable. And these new challenges, this is what I want to share with you today. In fact, the figures are one thing, when we say 75%, X gigawatt, etc. But the way you have to handle it depends a lot on the concrete situation. This is why, in fact, we like interacting so much also with other countries, other geographies, because there is no blueprint that you can apply everywhere. You have to understand the specificities and then, in fact, think about it and find out what makes sense for your own country, for your own electricity system, because it depends a lot what you have to do in system security. How diversified are you? How geographically spread? Is there a big concentration somewhere in the country of certain renewables or not? Then, of course, it depends a lot. And we are blessed, in fact, in our region that we have strong neighboring systems as well with Denmark, with Poland, with Czech Republic. And we are connecting now more and more, and we hope in the soon future also to be able to connect both our markets via the Baltic-German power link, because that helps a lot, in fact, in benefiting from the exchange with your neighbors in terms of resilience, sovereignty, but also affordability and a secure supply. Then it depends, of course, a lot about your local demand. Flexibility is, of course, all over the place. Everybody talks about it. Storage now also more and more. But what is it concretely in your market, in our market? Local flexibility in the households. And here I think as well you are in a very good position. You're better than us in digitalization. You're better than us in fact, being able to steer also smaller devices. This is a very good situation you must further explore if you want to integrate more and more renewables in an efficient and secure way. Storage is now coming very massively with big batteries. So electricity storage is, as we speak, really booming. And we talked about it for 10 years. It was a lot of PowerPoint. Now they come. We see those investors. I can tell you we have now 11 gigawatt that we have committed to connect to the transmission grid. Very big batteries. We're talking about 100, 200, 300, 400 megawatt size batteries on top of all the small storage that you see in cars and in households, etc. And of course, it's the question of your grid. Is it strong enough? Where do you have to reinforce the grid in order to be able to transport from the renewable centers to the load centers? So in fact, the question is not, is renewables a challenge? But the question is, how do you master this challenge in your concrete situation? And these are, in fact, if you want to have a secure electricity system, the different dimensions that you have, that we are currently evolving and innovating. First, of course, it's the balancing. So all the volatility is in the system. How do you do that? How do you match it with flexible loads and with storage, with this market design as well? So it's not only a technical issue. If your market is not evolving towards accommodating with renewables, then you're making, in fact, the challenge bigger than necessary. And this is where in Germany, to be very honest, we are struggling as well. We are having now intensive discussions on how to bring the electricity market to the next level in order to be reinforcing security and not challenging security. Then you have, of course, a voltage challenge as well. You have much more dynamic reactive power demands. You need, in fact, also the market to be able to provide the right the right products to master your voltage needs, but as well, you need some dedicated, and we implement them as we speak, assets in the grid system so that we can cover not only what the market brings us, but in terms of voltage challenges, we are able directly to secure the system. And then, of course, you have the question of grid congestions. Depends a lot on your grid situation, of course. You must develop the grid according to the renewables in a synchronized way. This is something we underestimated as well in Germany and in Belgium, by the way, where we first kicked off the renewables, and then we tried, in fact, to find out what happens in the electricity system. Now we try to synchronize that much better and to say what is now feasible which year, depending on, in fact, the grid development success that we're having. And we are readapting our redispatch mechanisms and the market mechanisms again to not create more and more congestions in your grid. And last but not least, you have, of course, all dimensions of stability, frequency, voltage, wide area oscillation, inverter stability. We have more and more inverters. But there as well, it's challenging, but you must tackle it. And there is new solutions popping up. So these new challenges come, this is the good news, with innovative new ways of handling things, adapting the market and the technology. And the last dimension I want to raise today to in fact inspire your panel to discuss is that, of course, it's not only technical challenges and market challenges where we need new regulation, new technology, and new innovation. It's also about, of course, costs and affordability of the transition from the fossil-based system into a more renewables-based system. And here is, you see the figures, what we have experienced in Germany. You see quite a jump on the system costs, or the parts that the grid, in fact, costs to build it and to operate it efficiently in a system with more and more renewables. So you see that, in fact, the grid costs and the system costs are proportionally now at 26%. They were only at 18% in the past. And this is where, in fact, you must make sure that your expenditures are not exploding. And this is what you can do, what I was mentioning beforehand, in better synchronizing grid development and renewables development. This is where, in fact, we are now learning that it's not only finding the best spots because you have the best wind and the best solar in-feed, but reflect also the grid integration situation. We have certain substations where there is still some free, I would say, some free bus bars when you can easily connect 300 megawatt battery or PV park, etc. And there is some others where we need a huge investment for the grid in order to allow them to connect. And this is where you must more holistically then look at that and better synchronize the renewables development, and then you can avoid, in fact, costs that are raising in the midterm. And with that one, I would finish and see whether there is, in fact, questions. With my main message, in fact, that is, the path towards renewables, even if it's a bumpy one, is absolutely the right one in our opinion. We have seen 5-6 years beforehand, we were very nervous and we were saying, oh, we hope that we can keep the system stable, that this is going to work, etc. We have learned so much in the last years that we see, yes, it happens, and it makes a lot of sense to move towards a massive penetration of renewables. Because we have to electrify, we just heard it from Fatih Birol. It's about sovereignty, maybe something we completely underestimated in the past. So renewables is not only electrification, it's not only sustainability, and it's not only affordability in the long term, because the costs are lower once you have moved to a renewable system. But it is also, in fact, something that ticks, in fact, all the different boxes of what we need in order to be resilient, sovereign, and affordable. And yes, address actively the challenge of stability, but there is a way to solve it, but take it serious. And let's tackle seriously also this affordability, especially in the transition part. And this is where, in fact, I think that this type of conferences or this type of exchange between the Baltic countries and Germany and others are so important, because nobody has the golden rule. Nobody knows exactly what is exactly necessary, but it's this type of exchange with our TSO partners as well in your countries that help us to find good solutions for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Oliver. Yes, you can hear me, I hope. Before going to the questions specifically to you, I would like to invite the panelists. I'll switch to Latvian language now. Sandis
Jansons, one of the members of the panel discussion. He is chairman of the management board of Sadales Tīkls. The next one is Rolands Irklis, who is an operator of the transmission system Augstsprieguma Tīkls. And the last one, the third member of the panel is Ivars Zariņš, executive director of the Latvian Association of Power Engineers and Energy Constructors. Yeah, he's an executive director, not a president, as I thought initially. And now I will start asking my panelists, from what you just heard, from what Oliver said, is this something that you would like to immediately address? Maybe something that you feel you need to talk about as people working in the same field?
I can ask you one question. So, Oliver, from Ron Circus from AST, we met before, and you showed in one of your slides the 4 blocks, what is sustainability, system stability, voltage control, congestion management, and all these 4 blocks. So, for you personally, do you somehow prioritize these days, which is a higher priority, and what is the most difficult part of this?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. And we're having these discussions inside the company regularly. You know, you say, okay, what is now making us the most nervous, or where do we have to innovate quicker if we have we have one more resource, one more euro to invest? And the question is that difficult to answer, because it's as well different on those 4 dimensions. None of them, if you underestimate completely one of them, then the whole thing collapses, let's say. So it's again, you have to keep a bit the balance and to say how much margin do we still have in voltage control, for example, where we feel that now it seems okay for the last couple of months, and let's have a look at, for example, stability questions, wide area oscillation. Now we are in this inverter question. That is a new one with the inverters, a new kind of instability that can happen. So I would say this is what is the biggest challenge for us TSOs, to ensure that we do not underestimate one of those dimensions. But on the other hand, it looks like, I don't want to describe it as an equilibrium. If you're not exactly handling those 4 dimensions correctly, then there is a big disaster. The good news is really that we are learning every day, and it's not only us as a 50 Hertz and you as our partners, the other TSOs, etc., but we see industry now bringing new solutions. We see also the plant operators, you know, I'll give you one example. Now we have a PV park in Germany that can deliver reactive power 24/7 now, even during the night, you know. We did not even think about that the one day that could happen, and now it works since 3 years, and it has. So you have new players that are helping us to do to have these different security dimensions. So I don't want to avoid your question, but I could not tell you today for the next 6 months. It's more the voltage control, because then in 6 months I might say now we're better there, and then it's balancing again. It's a permanent give and take. And this is why, by the way, we need exchange and we need to discuss, because you hear other ideas from other countries, and then you're testing them, and then suddenly they bring you part of the solution in one of the dimensions.
Well, an excellent comment. Thank you, Oliver. Anybody else from the panel? Unless, all right. Actually, there is a question. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Marek Galasik from the Estonian Parliament. I wanted to ask Olivier, you mentioned that So far, the addition of renewables percentage-wise is not reflecting in the cost increase in the same exact proportion. And I know that in Estonia there was a study done by the university understanding the impact to the final cost of electricity and the total system cost based on the percentage of renewables in the grid. And what we saw was that up to around 60 to 70% renewables, the total cost was going down. And starting from there, due to the added volatility and system instability, which is to be compensated, as well as the self-cannibalization in the final price acquisition, the costs start to go up rapidly. So basically, the sweet spot is somewhere around the 60 to 70%. Beyond that, basically adding renewables will increase cost, not reduce the cost of the electricity anymore. At least that was the end result of the study that was done last year.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, in fact, and this is why, in fact, that could be the case, in fact, in one geography and potentially not in another one, because I give you also an example. And the nice thing, and this is why we are so excited about continuing the dialogue and the way forward on connecting, for example, the German market directly to the Baltic country market. Why? Because, in fact, we have just made a cost-benefit analysis where we find out that in Germany, for example, we're experiencing in summer now such incredible PV peaks that lead to, in fact, prices where we have either negative prices or, in fact, you can have the PV for free. That if you model that, these are some moments where Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania could, in fact, benefit from electricity for free, I would say, if we would be connected. And this is something that we just experienced now since 3-4 years, because the penetration of PV is now so incredible in Germany that, in fact, if we manage to export it, then that could create value for others where we don't see the value in the own country anymore. And vice versa, in winter, we see that, in fact, if there is excess of wind, for example, where in your analysis you say it has no more value going further 70, 80, 90% in Estonia, this can be something that we use in Germany, and Germany is ready to pay for that and to create, in fact, macroeconomic value in Estonia. So I think it's important to make this analysis in the countries and then to have 2 or 3 scenarios where we connect, and then suddenly you see, oh my God, you have what I need during the time where I'm ready to pay for it, and vice versa.
Great, thank you for the answer. And I am aware that you will have to leave us really soon. One very quick question from myself, really, on the topic, one of the topics of this panel. Does 50 Hertz struggle with an issue that I have dubbed as geographical determinism when making decisions about investing in grid development, in infrastructure? Because in some places there is more economic activity, in some others there is no, and demand and supply, somewhere there is plenty of generation but little consumption or less consumption. Do you struggle with that?
It's definitely an important point for us. You're absolutely right with your question that this is something that keeps the company quite busy. I must say that here in how we develop the grid, it was more deterministic beforehand, so we had the feeling we must get ready for a scenario. We have painfully learned in the last 5 years that whatever scenario you work out, you see that history is changing quite quickly, and then you cannot start building new lines in all directions because things are happening as they happen. So we have learned, in fact, to make a more resilient planning, I would say, so that I can tell you today, in fact, that the projects we're doing are in fact creating benefit and linking these different areas well together in nearly in all scenarios, so that I'm quite sure that now what we're doing is really good for this country and for better connecting also with the European partners. What we are really struggling with today, Renis, is that this, what I just rapidly mentioned in this let's call it the tsunami of big batteries that we're experiencing. This is something we did not anticipate 5 years ago. We see it now, and this keeps us now quite busy since 6 to 12 months to be able, in fact, to find out. I mean, you must imagine we have 80 gigawatts, only for 50 Hertz, 80 gigawatts of battery connection requests, completely crazy. You know, this will never happen, but you have, and now we have to find out what is serious. In which areas does it make sense to give a little bit of guidance? Because we think 10 to 20 make an absolute sense, but try to find out if there is many investors coming, who are the serious ones, which ones have a real business case, and where can we locate them and connect them. And this is a challenge that we did not see and that is struggling, we were struggling with now, and where we have a new process, etc. And if somebody's interested, you can contact me, because I'm quite sure that the same investors will go now to many countries, because now prices are down, volatility is high. So obviously there is, fortunately, a good case for storage. And if we do it well, it helps the system. If we do it bad, then we will have the next challenges to master.
Well, thank you. I think your contribution is really appreciated here in the room and online. So thank you respectfully once again, and have a very good day, and keep in touch for future consultation.
Absolutely. Take care, good discussions and good insights for the Baltic countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Un šis ir tas brīdis, kad mēs...
And this is the point when we can switch back to a regional conversation on the, of course, three-country conversation, the Baltic States conversation. But you already noticed that there are several important issues that we have to talk about. This is about energy transfer, the energy changes. This is not something that just came up yesterday. We had to keep thinking about it for quite some time. So the producers, the generators of energy, as well those who are using the energy, understood that this is something that we have to deal with. It means that also we have to invest in the grid. We have to invest into renewable energy sources, and the renewable energy sources will be something that will push the prices down. And at one point, investment will not have sufficient return for the system operators, for transfer, for any other reasons. So at one point, there will be the need to decide how much do we invest in the new grid, because at one point, the system will be overloaded with production of energy. And that production of energy in such small territories like the Baltic States could be something, this access could be something that we have to deal with very seriously. So I'm starting with Roland's here. Just like Oliver mentioned, it is a challenge to understand where the capacity will be needed 10 years from now. Because, 10 years from now, it's 10 years from now. Because now we can, of course, put the batteries in action very quickly. And of course, if we look at the Baltic countries, this is not a big territory. And eventually, over capacity could become a problem. I would say that at this point in Latvia, this is the other way around. So historically, we have had quite a huge grid, and now we have expanded the grid. In Kurzeme, for example, which is also a part of our grid, and the new generation capacity is being built, and also the third connection to Estonia. And we have increased capacity in the transfer, in our transfer at this point already. So we can say up until now, we have been investing in the basic grid, which means that we can still connect solar capacity, wind capacity to the grid, to existing grid. Years ago, there was quite a demand for new capacity, and there were a lot of requests regarding building of new solar parks. And then we, at that point, decided to cut or to put the threshold of 3 gigawatts. And then in the end, we decided regarding the solar capacity that we would also allow, without the compensatory mechanism, to add up to 10% the wind capacity. So those were the limitations that we have historically put to producers. And this, of course, those were the steps that influence how our infrastructure works. It means that we already made the decision that in certain areas, in certain segments, we do not overinvest, because otherwise, in order to be able to distribute that overproduced energy to to where our producers are, to where those who want to use the energy are, there could be quite a problem. So now I want to talk to this. So this geographical determinism, as it was already mentioned by the colleagues from Germany. You are from Sadales Tīkls, which is the distributor of energy. How is it with you? Do you feel that geographical determinism when you have to make your decisions? Hello, everybody. Well, of course, we do not develop at the same pace if we talk about difference between the regions and between the households. So we do see a difference between the regions regarding generation of power, and then there are some regions who use more, who consume more than they produce. So at this point, we have to understand what could be the development within 3 to 5 years. So regarding availability of power and electrification, of course, is going well. But we have to take a look at the future. So up until now, they're at 20%, and then according to calculations, up to 60% in the year 2050 could be from those resources. So it means that in order to be able to absorb all of that production capacity, our grid has to be ready for that. And at this point, yes, we are feeling stable, we are feeling fine. And as colleague has already mentioned, if we compare to other EU countries, we can say that, yes, our position at this point as well. And then Ivers from the Latvian Association of Power Engineers and Energy Constructors. So the question is regarding producers of energy. They are talking about new sources of generation. They were interested in more efficient technologies. Could you say that there is a balance in this respect? It means that if I want to produce, will I be able to produce where I think I should?
Looking from the industry's point of view, the challenges are more so political rather than technical. As you said, there's a geographical determinism here. But one thing that every project is faced with, it needs to be accepted by the public, and that will determine finally whether the project will exist physically or not. Since we're doing this today at the Saeima with policymakers present, I see this is one way you could truly help the industry. You could develop more understandable framework for these projects. It's about how we fund also regional development, about the municipality leveling fund. Now we are faced with a situation where many regions can just simply do nothing for themselves and receive that funding because they think they deserve it. But if we say that you can only get the funding if you have done a certain amount of things, for instance, attract a certain amount of investments, then we would increase the interests of the local community to develop their municipality. Because now if an investor comes and says that, hey, I want to develop this onshore wind park in your region, and you'll receive some kind of co-funding, they say that we better not do this unpopular project and receive funding from the municipality leveling fund. That's the situation now. So if they don't receive this funding or it gets cut, they might be more interested in welcoming different projects there. Because now we do want green energy, but we don't want it at our doorstep. Let it be somewhere else, you know, it's not in my backyard. The NIMBY phenomenon that the wind energy parks have faced, more so perhaps in Lithuania and Estonia. There's been a huge discussion. But it might be truly a more political problem instead of the industry failing to develop and install. But let's also look at our neighbors to Lithuania and Estonia, where recently I checked they have over 28 operating wind farms. Is there some congestion? Well, the congestion issue was successfully resolved with the Ministry of Climate with additional power capacity. You know, in our industry, we have people who understand how the system is organized, where we have limited resources, which is our connections. And there were many projects that we didn't see coming quite as quickly, but it was an additional business venue. We needed all of these documents, and then we were running to get an investor. And finally, the end question was, do we have a connection? We know there's some projects that might not realize, but they had already taken up that connection, which was an issue. But we have solved that issue right now. We also managed to have this flexible connection where the actual physical connection goes to the one who can implement the project the fastest. I think that will give us a great boost and will soon fall in line with other Baltic countries. So are you saying that we've managed to avoid opportunistic situations where some just wanted to keep themselves warm on social costs? Well, Mr. Irklis, as I understand, the issue has been solved objectively, and the number of projects submitted is much more in line with reality, and these projects can truly be implemented in real life. Yes, it looks to be that way. With the flexible connections that my colleague Ivers mentioned, we kind of did away with the so-called paper projects without real sanctions. Many of them decided to not move forward, and we gave way to real projects with real investment opportunities. That's great, thank you. There's another aspect that Biros said and other speakers said, that there's no one single way to arrive to what we call a safe energy system. And here we talk about renewable energy from the standpoint of security. Flexibility has been mentioned a lot, but we also know that most of the projects now are hybrid projects. So I might ask Sandis and Rolands to shortly sketch out how is it looking in your line of work? How do these new projects look like? Well, my colleague from 50 Hertz talked about batteries. We see that in Latvia and in the Baltics, the industry has blown up completely. It's the trendiest thing right now. Solar energy has reached its peak and investments have halted. When sun is shining, the price is nearing zero. Now, in the case of batteries, we need to eliminate the day and night peaks. And we already have 50 megawatt batteries, nearing 80. So we are quite certain that in the next years so, or next 10 years, we might have a gigabyte as available as well. We might not moving as fast as Germany does, but I want to reflect on what our newly elected Prime Minister said. I'm glad to hear the fact that we're trying to get away from political slogans. We want to be popular, we want to sound good, but energy is so damn physical. We need it all the time. It's present all the time. We're not measuring the average temperature. We need it today, tomorrow, in the cold night of January, and especially for the Baltics. Our market is united. What our colleagues do in Lithuania comes back around on us, and what we fail to do will come back around for you as well. So that's why we need a joint discussion on how the Baltics can secure their energy markets from the point of view of physical security, but also continuity. And we also need to be cool and green and hip. So the three countries need to work together very closely on this, especially in this geopolitical situation. We need this very much. Thank you, Mr. Jansons. Now, Mr. Irklis, what's the situation for your point of view? I share the same view. I think the trend of solar power is ending, and now we've all switched to batteries. This coming from the markets, of course. We're having the signal, but now we have over 2,000 megawatts worth of requests for batteries. We are also trying to interconnect this with other renewables, and so we are placing multiple technologies in one substation, which makes them available, which makes them capable of balancing out. And from the point of view of my line of work, we're talking about balancing powers. Batteries are a great way to balance capacities. And also there's potential resources to manage overconsumption of the grid. So we have one signal coming from the market, which would alleviate the problem that the profits are not coming too fast for new developers. And also I think batteries will help us solve this market stability and overflow problem. Just to add on to what Roland said, at the low level and at the level of our smallest clients, batteries and solar powers together would be a great element for energy resilience at a micro level. A battery could help you for a couple of hours or throughout the entire day in case of an emergency or mass damage to the grid or some sort of energy crisis as well. Mr. Zarinch, please. Some 20 years ago, when we started thinking about renewables, we joke that basing your energy security on renewables is the same as making a stable family out of one-night stands. And about 20 years ago, that was justified to talk that way. Now we have changed our minds and we see that technological leap has changed the market and has changed the amount of opportunities we have and how much we can solve through renewables. Let's say, for instance, our market organization has a 15-minute market where you can predict your consumption. Then we have market expedition, and our market architecture has changed so much. It's no longer centralized. It's now distributed in a different way. And all of these elements, if we combine them correctly, we can get more energy security and our network can become better because these are not the same old times. The situation has changed. And now as we talk about this once again, I see that our old-fashioned views hinder our ability to make up-to-date decisions. It's a great comment. Thank you. But we also have now some time for questions and answers, so I wanted to also involve the Baltic perception in all of this. The renewable energy market is quickly getting oversaturated in the Baltics. Our colleagues in Lithuania and Estonia have installed so much wind and energy plants, and we need to ask ourselves whether it's still worth it for Latvia to do it, because we are a joint energy system. The market is oversaturated. But I know that Lithuania has much more gigawatts in expected projects, and the same in Estonia, the same in Latvia, in fact, as well. So are we just trying to outpace each other, where the weakest fall off or die from this renewable competition, or is there some space for more coordination between the countries? I wanted to ask you when I saw that, yes, Janis has a question. I'm just simply a mind reader today. Maybe MPs from Lithuania and Estonia also have something to comment on this. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
Ivar, varbūt nokomentē.
Mr. Zariņš, can you comment on that? We had a politically very important message that we heard today on regional cooperation. The Prime Minister initiated the need for cooperation in energy. The Baltics are so interconnected, and we should have common solutions to our common problems. I think that would be the most effective thing to do. That's how we create our security infrastructure. The more broader we look at the situation, the more broader our security and our solutions. Unfortunately, we soon have to finish, but Mr. Irklis, please go ahead. The Baltics still at the deficit if we look from the point of view of imports or exports. Latvia is still importing, less so for Latvia, more so for Estonia and Lithuania. If we look at from that perspective, there's still room for improving capacity. We should be self-reliant, which is the ultimate goal in our national strategies. And the situation should be aligned with that strategy. Lithuanians and Latvians and Estonians are exporting. Where are we exporting to? Exactly. Interconnections. We don't need to look at Baltics as an isolated area on the global map. We are not going to export to Estonia and Estonia exporting back to us. But when the time comes, we are overflowing with renewables. We can export them. This year, it was been interesting to see that Baltics are exporting to Germany. This year, the price has been consistently lower in the Baltics than in the south of Germany. So I think there's more room for extra capacity. Developers are not asking anything from the countries. They are ready to build and introduce additional megawatts without government subsidies, with no government support, and every extra megawatt that we get without state subsidies is an excellent achievement, which will boost our competitiveness, lower our prices, and boost our energy security, make us more self-reliant. Of course, let us not forget that we still need a base capacity, which is stable, but having extra renewables is not bad at all in this case. One more comment from Mr. Zariņš, and then we move ahead. Mr. Irklis mentioned an important thing, which is that when we become interesting to countries that are further away, and when they see us as a potential supplier, we have extra motivation to bring new interconnections and become bigger and move away from this single region. But it's a question of how many renewables we have. And to answer the question whether it's too much or not enough, look at the market to answer that question. If the market is ready to expand, then let it expand. We have additional capacity that we can use ourselves or export it if we can. Yes, we believe in the power of the market. Thank you. We have another question? Well, to a certain extent, we should trust the market. That's true.
That maybe indeed this is the takeaway, that we should take the signals from the market, and as this was also raised during the economic joint committee discussion, I think the phase out of possible net metering methods, etc., which are working exactly against or in the counter phase of the market signals, is something to consider also throughout the Baltics. So I think in that sense, the idea of the new Prime Minister to sit down with all the three Prime Ministers and discuss how to move forward together in a joint way is a good idea. And I know Latvia phased out the net metering, but you still have it for a couple of years as a over time period. But this is something that works exactly in the opposite direction of the market signals. So this is something to consider, because it's adding instability and reducing investability in the whole system, which is a problem for the whole region, independent of the connections outside. Of course, the connections will balance out the system a bit better, so the market signals will be slightly ironed out, but these are kind of things that I think we need to agree on as a joint free Baltic states to think how do we balance the region. And then if we are a balanced region, it's also easier to expand outside and provide services or take services from outside. Thanks.
Paldies par komentāru. Thank you for the comment. Laiks ir...
We don't have any time left, actually. And I'm already receiving signals that this wonderful opportunity to talk was amazing, but we have to be done. So I have something to say to parliamentarians of Baltic states. When you go home, come find 3 consultants from the energy sector. There could be producers, there could be those who are working in the academia. Maybe you can ask what could be your view based on real physics, and stop reading Facebook and Twitter. And I think this is something that will help us achieve a lot.
Paldies.
Thanks a lot. I think those words can be very inspiring, and we can start our next panel. And I want to say thank you to Sandis Jansons, Chairman of the Management Board of Baltic States, as well as Ivars Zariņš, Executive Director of the Latvian Association of Power Engineers and Energy Constructors, and Rolands Irklis, Chairman of the Board of Augstsprieguma tīkls. And to make sure that I'm not staying alone here at the so-called Presidium podium, I'm asking the members of the next panel discussion, and the first one will be Mārtiņš Čakste, Chairman of the Board of Latvenergo, the energy company of Latvia. It's a state company, and the Prime Minister already spoke about you. Yeah, you had something from the Prime Minister that he said to all of us. Yeah, Mārtiņš actually he criticized you, and he said you should not make a lot of money and just give it to the budget. You would rather think about security of energy. Yeah, Mārtiņš is already thinking about what the Prime Minister said. Yes, we'll have a chance to discuss all that. The second panelist is Rota Šņuka, member of the Board, Public Utilities Commission of Latvia. We're inviting you as well. Rota, you will be the next panelist. And the last one, a little bit from the consumer point of view, Latvijas Finieris, which is a production company that's a huge consumer of energy. So we are asking here, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of Latvijas Finieris, Uldis Biķis. So this panel has been titled "What Constitutes a Balanced Energy Generation Portfolio." In the first panel, we were talking about renewable energy sources and from the system security perspective. In this panel, we will be looking for reply to the question, what is a balanced energy portfolio? And we have three views here. We have a big consumer, but I think also you're one of the producers of the energy, right? And now we also have a view from the supervisory function, from the regulative function. So I will start with a simple question. Oh, unfortunately, we have a presentation first, a keynote presentation first. So before we continue with the discussion itself, we have a presentation. And this is from Fingrid, also from the operator of the grid. And Mikko Heikkilä from Finland is our speaker. Mikko, are you with us?
Mikko?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you are online. All right. Will you please try sharing your presentation?
I will do that. And now, can you see it?
Yes, and if you could put it, yes, it's full screen mode. You are welcome to go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Mikko Heikkilä. I'm working at Fingrid as a head of public affairs and communications. I've been here in this company for almost 12 years in different roles and have roughly 20 years of experience from the energy sector. I was thinking to start the presentation about the traditional energy trilemma, about sustainability, energy security, and competitiveness, and saying that actually the renewables are the key for this, that solves all these three corners. But Mr. Olivier Fakes from 50 Hertz already made my point perfectly clear, so I won't spend more time on this. But we are really, truly in a great situation in the modern world that with the renewables we can actually achieve all these three aspects. Then when it comes to the Finland and Finnish system, the Finnish power system has changed quite a bit in the recent years. And today our power system is very clean and very competitive, and now it's growing a lot. Here are the figures from last year. So we produced about 80 terawatt hours of power in this country, and 96% out of that is CO2 neutral, and 57% is renewable. And you could probably say that Finnish power production is rather balanced portfolio. But when you think about the history, how this portfolio has developed, roughly half of these investments were made prior the opening of the electricity market in the 90s. So Finnish electricity market opened for competition in 90s. And then the rest of the investments have been done after that. And those have been mainly driven by the market signals, and investment have been made by individual companies driven by the market. Only part of the wind power that we have today was built with the subsidies. Finland roughly has 10 gigawatt of wind in the system, and roughly 2.5 gigawatt of that was built with the subsidies, but the rest have been built driven by the markets. So there is no sort of central plan behind the Finnish power system, but the investments are driven by the market forces. Here's a bit more information how our system has actually changed in the last 6 years. And I have to say that especially from the point of transmission system operator, this change has been rather tremendous. Our electricity generation has grown a lot. So nowadays Finland is pretty much producing the same amount of electricity that we consume on annual level, not every moment, but on annual level. And that's mostly because of the two factors: the growth in the wind power, where we have already on the ballpark of more than 20 terawatt hours, and then of course big thing was the completion of Olkiluoto 3, one of the world's largest nuclear power plants a few years ago. And with all this, we have been able to achieve the cheapest power price in the whole Europe. So last year, Finland was #1 when it comes to the country level power prices. So price is extremely competitive. The price level on absolute terms is on the same level as it was before the energy crisis and COVID crisis, whereas in many other European countries, the price level is jumped by 100% or even more. The fossil fuels have been pushed to the marginal, I could say, and most importantly, we have been able to replace all the Russian imports. So prior to the war, Finland used to import about 10% of annual electricity demand from Russia, and all gas was pretty much coming from Russia, and all of that has been cut since May 2022. And the fact that we have a lowest power price in the Europe and great possibilities to build even more renewables in this country is really driving the investment interest to Finland. Here are the connection inquiries, which are very early indications that somebody wants to build something in Finland. So we know that only part of these inquiries will actually materialize in the concrete investments, but the numbers are huge, and the projects are actually also moving on. So today we have more than 100 gigawatt of connection inquiries coming from the demand side. And out of that 100 gigawatt, more than half is data centers. Data centers are really booming now in this country. All the big American players like Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, they are active. And on top of that, there are several other players as well. Also battery sector, BESS systems, they are rather active. We have now more than 50 gigawatt of connection inquiries also from the batteries. So that's also developing. And then when we think about what will happen in the next 10 years or so, and what we in Fingrid are doing to sort of make it possible. So when it comes to the demand side, Fingrid is estimating that the demand will roughly double from the current figures to on the ballpark of 160 terawatt hours by 2035. Right now, there is 3 sectors that are booming. It's the data centers, it's the batteries, and then there's the heating and basically electric boilers. So almost every city that has the district heating system in Finland is investing in an electric boiler to produce heat with the electricity. Maybe then in the further in the future, we see possibilities for hydrogen industry, and then we also have few sort of mega scale industrial projects. For example, there's a project to build aluminium smelter in city of Kokkola. That would be the first aluminium smelter in whole Europe for 30 years. So even if one of these mega projects that we have goes forward, the impact of single project can be on the ballpark of 8 to 10 terawatt hours of new demand. And then, of course, electrification of transport is something that is moving rather well in our case, but on the terms of terawatt hours, the impact is not that much. Then, if we think about from where this power will actually come from, we see that this kind of a growth is possible only if we have competitive electricity production. And in our case, in practice, it means building more onshore wind. And we are seeing onshore wind investments taking place in this country. And there's a great potential to build more. We will see also some growth in solar, and hopefully there will be also investments on the weatherproof generation, because otherwise this equation will not fully work. And what Fingrid is doing, we are building grid now more than ever. On the right-hand side, you will see the map that there's a lot of north to south lines, since most of the demand is in the south, and we have fivefold our investment program in the past 5 years, and now we are investing 5.2 billion euros to the grid in the next 10 years, and this is almost 4,000 kilometers of new 400 kV transmission lines. I have some sort of lessons learned and key policy choices from Finland. So Finnish energy policy has been always very market-oriented. We have been trusting the markets and thinking that the individual market players make the best decisions. Like I said, there is no central planning in a way behind of this, that what kind of a generation mix you should have, but individual players are taking the steps. And we have been always also in very much pushing for the European market and integration, first on the Nordic level, then on the Baltic Sea level, and now in the whole EU level. New interconnectors and being part of the bigger system is very important for us. Another thing is that obviously there has been changes in the energy policy during the years and during the different governmental terms, but the sort of the big picture of the policy has been rather stable, and that has been crucial for the sort of a market-based approach to work with. So market investments, they need the stability and predictability of the operational environment. We see that the CO2 pricing and European emission trading system, that should be the main instrument to reduce the emissions, and subsidies should be also used for sort of a developing technology. So in our case, we want to avoid the subsidies for mature technologies, which would be then competing with the market-based investments. And then one very crucial thing, and I think it's getting even more crucial in the future, is the fact that the power plants actually benefit the local communities. So in Finnish system, for example, the wind power producers, they have to pay property tax, and property tax stays within the commune. So then the commune can build schools or new roads or whatever with that. And that has been really crucial for the high acceptance of renewable investments. Then the final slide about challenges that we see in the system. The first one is about the generation adequacy. So now when the system is getting more and more based on the weather-dependent renewables, the obvious question is that where you will get power when there's a high demand and low production and basically low wind. And there is no like a silver bullet to this question. It's a huge question. We will need demand side flexibility. We will need batteries. We will need more market integration and interconnectors to other countries. But we also need weatherproof generation. And right now, Finnish government is working with the sort of a targeted investment support to facilitate that kind of investments. And this is, of course, highly debated in Finland because it is against the sort of a market-oriented approach that we have had for several years. But Fingrid is in favor of doing this. We think that something like this has to be done, and if we design it very well, the harmful impact for the market investments can be mitigated. Then the second point is that now when there's such a high demand for the grid investment, grid capacity and connection capacity, we see that it's getting scarce, especially in the southern Finland. And even though we are building the grid more than ever, the scarcity remains. So we need to think more about the location, where to locate what, and who gets the grid access first. So some kind of a prioritization, a locational steering has to be in place. Third point is about the speed. So we see that the data center industry is moving on totally different pace than the energy sector traditionally has moved. There's 50 gigawatt or more than 50 gigawatt of connection inquiries from the data centers, and something on ballpark of 2 to 3 gigawatt of already made investment decisions of new data centers in Finland. And this has happened only in a couple of years. So the question is that whether the production investments will follow, and now it's very much debated in Finnish energy discussion whether we need additionality requirements also for the data center. So something similar that has been set for the clean hydrogen. Then the fourth point is about the public acceptance. So obviously, since we are building grid more than ever, and there's a lot of RES investments, the public acceptance is questioned because the impact for everyone's life is there, and in the environment they can see the investments. And then the final thing, and this is very common for all of us, is the security environment, that it's very challenging for this kind of a growth and new investments. And it's clear that the grid companies and energy sector players, we have to prepare for even worse kind of scenarios, and all this costs money, and then that's not very good for our competitiveness. But it's a thing that we obviously have to solve and be prepared. Thank you. I conclude here.
Kiitos, Mikko, for the presentation. I think we have already a few questions here ready for you waiting, and let's go for the first question. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the overview. I'm from Estonia. I was just curious, you mentioned multiple times the grid expansions and connections outside, yet we've had indications from Finland that the EstLink 3, the third connection between Estonia and Finland, has been delayed, and there is a strong indication of being delayed by at least 3 to 5 years. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, we are working together with Elering regarding this, and from Finnish perspective, it's not only about building the new sea cable, but it's also enforcing and making investments to our grid on land, and also looking the whole picture, which includes the new interconnectors to Sweden. And we are very much working both with Elering, but also with the Svenska Kraftnät to make this sort of a holistic plan where we take this into account. From the Finnish perspective, especially the difficult point is that in the southern Finland, there is almost no production anymore. We used to have fossil production there, but now the fossil production has been shut down, and the power to south is actually coming more and more from the central and northern Finland. So the power lines from northern Finland to southern Finland has to be also reinforced when we increase interconnector capacity between Finland and Estonia.
Right, thank you for that. I wonder if my fellow panelists have... Yes, Ruota has a question here as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very great presentation, and I understand quite good challenges, which was in my last slide. And I have a specific question about public acceptance. What are your plans? It's quite clear that to improve network and network stability, it will need some quite huge investments. And what are you going to do about public acceptance? It's evidently, it seems to be increase in tariff, and this is like not unique in Finland or in Baltics, but in all Europe. Thank you.
I think it's a very good question, and unfortunately, I don't have very sort of a ready answer for that, because we are really thinking about what extra should we do. Last year, for example, the sort of expropriation compensation was increased by 25%. So now it's not only the market value that the landowners will get, but they will get 25% extra on top of that. But I don't think it's enough. In my perspective, the main thing is to get the industrial investments into Finland, whether they are data centers or steel factories or whatever. So that kind of investments that are made possible with the grid and renewable investments, because those investments, they bring jobs, they bring tax benefit and in a way well-being for the country and like that. So when people see that this sort of a green transition is actually taking place and it brings benefits, I think that's the best solution, gaining the public acceptance.
Yes, thank you. There is another question there.
Yeah.
And there is another question. All right, and then we'll have to switch over to the panel discussion probably. So 2 questions and then we go.
In your presentation, you will have mentioned, hydrogen production. Will it be cost effective, and what are the perspectives of this in this area?
The problem in the hydrogen industry right now is that there is not demand for end product. So the market is not ready to pay the extra cost of clean hydrogen. And I think this is a European or maybe even global problem. When we look sort of a relative competitiveness of Finland and also like Nordic countries in general, it's still rather good, because now the situation is that basically almost anywhere in Europe the hydrogen investments are not really moving on large scale. But when we, for example, take a look on the European Hydrogen Bank auctions, which is the support mechanism for hydrogen investments, we see that typically it's Finnish and Spanish that are in the top. So we are basically competing with the Southern Europe, and sort of the relative competitiveness is there. So in case there's a real demand for clean hydrogen, I think Finland should be in a forerunner position. But compared to what we had sort of 5 years ago, or what we thought 5 years ago, that has not happened, and many investments have been sort of pushed forward. But I think they will come, but it just takes longer time than we thought.
All right, thank you. And one more question there.
Thank you, Mikko, for the valuable insights. Finland is also a pioneer in energy storage technologies. We all know the famous sand battery. What is the current cutting-edge technology emerging, and how does it interplay with the data center development in northern Finland?
Well, the batteries, traditional BESS batteries, are really moving forward. We have a bit more than 1 gigawatt of installed capacity and more than 50 gigawatt of connection inquiries. And basically everywhere where we have grid capacity, we see battery project. And that's a bit of an issue even for us, because battery is eating quite a lot of capacity from grid, especially from the sort of intake or demand side. So we as a Fingrid, we would like to have the better possibility to actually steer the location where the batteries are located. And in practice, the best solution would be located next to the production, so some kind of a hybrid connections. Then another source of flexibility in Finnish system is the heating sector. So district heating networks, they have a lot of storage, and for example, city of Vantaa next to Helsinki is building world largest heat storage that will be even like a seasonal, so you can transfer from summer to winter. So that kind of flexibility is very much appreciated also from the power sector view. And we have now about 1.5 gigawatt of electric boilers in the system, and last winter we could already see that they are extremely flexible in the market, and they play very well together with the volatile and fluctuating power price.
Right. Thank you, Mikko, once again for your contribution. I'm not sure if you are staying online and will be following the discussion, or you are leaving us.
I can stay for 50 minutes.
Okay, I cannot promise any more questions because you've had quite plenty of, and we need to kick off the more local discussion. But you're welcome to follow, of course, and I'll be switching over to Latvian, and you'll be able to follow the interpretation. Tātad, balstoties.
So, based on what we just heard from our Finnish colleague and what the Finnish view or system operators' view is on what it means to have a balanced energy portfolio, maybe we should share some quick perspectives from our panelists on what they believe a balanced energy portfolio is. I'd like to start with Madam Šņuka, please. Turn on your microphone, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. From a regulator's perspective, there are three main components. The first is security of resources. The other that I would like to mention is system stability that we already discussed in depth. And the third is a reasonable price for consumers. Regarding the security, already we discussed in the first panel, and Olga was already angry at us because we extended our time. But let me remind you that a year ago there was an event in the Iberian Peninsula where in a couple of seconds the whole Iberian electricity grid was disconnected from the system, leaving Spain, Portugal, parts of France out of the grid with millions of users without electricity. The transport stopped, communications halted, and even some of my colleagues were in Spain at that moment, and they told me how it looks like when you have no cash available, you cannot even buy anything at the store. And so throughout the day, the situation was restored once again. The grid was restored. But yes, there's a European organization of operators, and the power generating in the market consisted of 17% of renewables, 60% of those were solar. The wind was in the mix as well. And what's said in the report is that RES were not at fault that much. The problem was with system management, with inertia, with voltage and excess capacity. And so I think we need investments in the grid, both physical investments to add this generating power, but we also need extra batteries. We need investments in system management, and in theory, well, maybe not in all cases, but generally the amount of resources investment in generation The same should be invested in digitalization and in the whole management part of things. It's a great beginning to this discussion, and we will continue that. But let's now turn to Martins, who works for a huge market participant, who is not only a trader but also a producer. What does it mean to have a balanced energy portfolio for Latvenergo? You've done a lot in the recent times. Well, I can only add on to what my colleague just said. The World Energy Council says that there's this energy dilemma. We cannot look at one of the elements without seeing the others. We have security, access, and sustainability. We cannot just look at the lowest price without considering security, because if we do, we might be left without electricity. The example that was mentioned for Spain, it was great because we all love renewable energy, but we do so when the price is zero or negative. But there's a political pressure to not increase tariffs, but we need a lot of investments to be able to use these renewables, and there's a huge transformation in European energy sectors, which is welcomed. It's positive. It promotes our independence. We know how other states can use our dependence on them for their own benefit, which is dangerous because we need to think about our sovereignty and independence. And also, it comes down to sustainability. It's a sustainable technology, but we cannot implement it at any cost. We need to be rational about this. We need to also take into account the consumer, the industry, our economic developments. That's what we should base our decisions on. And in Latvia, we are very lucky because we have a balanced energy portfolio. We have hydrogen, we have CHPs, and also my colleague from Finland mentioned there's weatherproof technology where in January and February our CHPs are working for 2 months non-stop, providing the capacity that is needed throughout the Baltics. That we cannot get from Finland. So this is a very crucial technology that we need for the future, but it would be very expensive to provide all of this capacity through CHPs, and thankfully also these battery systems have become much more cheaper and they give us more stability and balanced prices. But if we don't produce anything, we cannot charge the batteries as well, so we need both. Quick question for you. We sometimes say that energy security is the utmost priority, but should it come at any price? At what point do we draw the line and say that we cannot just afford this? I think the biggest price to pay is being left without electricity. In 2022 or 2023, we calculated how much a single day without electricity costs for each Baltic state, and the sum was in the millions. So I think that security is the #1 issue, and after that we can consider all of our hopes and dreams for the future. Thank you. So can we have a perspective from the user's point of view? Hello, Baltic parliamentarians, conference attendees. I just have few things to say about me. I come from the wood engineering industry. Latvia's Finnair's company uses up 1.7% of Latvia's heat capacity. And we are a consumer, but also we provide the raw materials for production, because wood chips are also used in the industry and in the system. But we Europeans reassess our systems time after time. And in the opening, we heard that the attitudes towards nuclear energy are changing, and in the same way we should also reconsider the forestry sector, especially here in the Baltics, where the forest sector has over 10 billion in added value, with many thousands of people employed directly or indirectly with the industry. We should not overlook the sector because it has a huge impact, and traditionally we've had a circular economy in the Baltics. We could also give more biomass to produce energy and also heat. And heat producers should perhaps also be obligated to produce energy in the future. So we export wood products outside of the Baltics, which means that we either don't want to consume them or we cannot add extra value to them. There has been some improvement in this lately, though. But that brings me to another important point, which is the use of fertile land and balancing this with the need for biodiversity. I agree that these are important issues because there should be more freedom for landowners to act. So maybe there should be less emphasis on redefining our energy sector. There should also be emphasis on how to use fertile land and have a discussion and reach an understanding and have some sort of land policy to define these things and to be able to maximize the production of biomass, especially for energy generation. So I think we should place some duty also to forestry and wood engineering industry, and we should have more input in energy generation in the future. If I understand correctly, you call on your partners to have the wood industry working in more synergy with other energy producers. Yes, energy is one of the most complex horizontal industries, and it affects every other industry. And forest management is also a horizontal industry where it does export its products outside the Baltics, and it brings in money for our countries. But it is interdependent on other industries, mostly on heat production. Thank you. That's why we talk about energy efficiency as a measure that allows us to not produce energy, because the best energy is the one that you don't even have to produce. A short reply on this, I think energy as exports that we talked about, exporting outside the Baltics, it would be best to put that energy into our products with added value, export them, and bring back the money. I can't help but to agree. But now we moved up to Finland. Now we're going down south again, and we'll talk about the balanced energy portfolio, because in the Baltics it's very characteristic that 25 years ago we reached a point where we have a lot of legacy assets, legacy energy assets, or legacy technologies. That's the term we use. And especially over the last 10 years, or maybe even last 15 years, the transition to a broader use of renewables has been accelerating and accelerating. Do you think that there's some argument between using the big assets such as hydro plants and using renewables, new renewables together. Is there some sort of misalignment, and how can we balance all of these assets and not fall apart? Could somebody comment on this? It's important to understand that we're not a monopoly. We're not on a remote island where we can dictate our own rules. We are within the European market where Latvenergo is dominating. We are still a small company at a European scale. We produce 25% of Baltic energy. And we can see what's happening in Estonia. We are unfortunately under EU regulation, where unfortunately nitrogen has been pushed out of the system, and Estonia needs to think about what to do with its excess capacity. Lithuanians were left without the nuclear power plants and then quickly turned to renewables. That objectively right now is the cheapest possible technology and does not even require state subsidies. Please excuse me. And we've assessed the use of legacy technologies, whether we would get our money back if we were to build them right now, and we would not. So we should use what we have. Similar thing with CHPs. At some point, this technology could be replaced with newer technologies, and they could be pushed out the market. At this point, it is up to date. We see that it could be operational until 2040, but with the increase of renewables, this technology might become outdated, and it would be more difficult for it to compete. Therefore, there's a European level discussion whether CO2 taxes should be applied to gas, because we are transitioning now from coal to renewables, and in a way we are shooting ourselves in the foot because we're making our energy more expensive. So maybe there should be a workaround or a different solution to maybe there should be more support mechanisms to encourage the production of renewable resources. But remember that we are a part of the European market and we play by European rules. Right. And we have a certain capacity and resources, which of course limits our options here. Please, Mr. Bitis, go ahead. Once again, let us assess the resources that we have and things that we could do differently. We have a circular economy, and burning waste to produce and produce heat is mandatory. There's no alignment at the Baltic level for this, but there should be more synergy between the wood industry and the energy industry. There are many facilities that generate emissions but do not produce any heat, for instance. I think that we need to draw the line of efficiency. We should figure out what is efficient and what is not. And when we produce heat and electricity, size matters. It's a matter of centralizing or decentralizing this, but it all goes down to policy. I think these are the questions that we should be discussing, and our politicians should be able to discuss this with experts, with physicians, as was mentioned, and discuss how all of these would impact each other. Yes, but since we represent all three Baltic states, I would like to ask Madam Shnyuka. It was said that maybe the playing field is not equal in all of the niche energy markets. But do you think would be a realistic approach to try to have more coordination and harmony between the energy industries of all three Baltic states? Thank you. At European level, this generation portfolio is a national responsibility of every member state. So every member state chooses what is best for them. Biomass will definitely play a larger role in the future because right now we are looking at our future portfolio, not our past portfolio. But each state looks at its own possibilities and capacities. CHPs also will play a large part in this. We truly benefit from all of these resources. At the same time, tariffs are also a national tool, but in the transmission sector, especially in the electricity transmission sector, there's a trend to at least try to structurally align what the countries do put in their tariffs. I think in June or July we will have a new proposal by the EC that will tell us how to calculate the tariffs, not in a detailed way, but we will have at least some sort of general idea, and that will bring about more harmonizing between the countries. When it comes to gas, we actually discussed gas very little today, but I wanted to mention the common gas market of Latvia, Estonia, and Finland, where there's a lot of alignment, there's no fees, and in this geopolitical circumstance, we will only benefit from this. But we will definitely align the markets more closely, and my colleagues, Mr. Chaksta mentioned that Latvenergo is not a large player on the European scale and cannot influence the situation that much, but regarding some sort of subsidies or developing additional capacities, and the fact is that in the Nord Pool market, we can inadvertently subsidize consumers in Germany or other European countries if we introduce tariffs. This is what we need to carefully consider. We need to figure out whether we will remain competitive in the Nord Pool market. We can also enter into some long-term agreements. CFDs, and these could be beneficial to both manufacturers and consumers, producers and consumers. But in Latvia, we've been careful with this because the price changes so quickly. Nobody can predict what will happen in the future. And of course, one side wants to earn more and the other wants to pay less. I want to insert myself in this discussion. Yes, we have more uncertainty, and that's, at the end of the day, is a matter of security and maintaining investments and maintaining our facilities. There needs to be the right price to transpose all the technology and knowledge, and the aim should be to make this pricing corridor as narrow as possible, because big consumers and big investments cannot maintain stability if we don't have certainty of the future. I agree with the general idea, but most likely the market movers be the ones to determine the future. I don't know if politicians will play a large part in that. I think it's up to the parliamentarians. You should have more discussions on this. There should be a push from the state to finally solve this issue. We fight for the price, and of course, companies need to make profit. Consumers want to have the lowest possible price, so it's a two-way street. I think we should need some policy and regulation to solve this. Okay, thank you. We need to draw this discussion to a close, but gas and natural gas was mentioned now and also before. We remember the cold mornings in January and February. Finally, winter also came to the Baltics this winter. But winter was also felt in Finland. I don't know if Mikko is hearing me right now, but there was a 2 gigawatt deficit on the production side in Finland, which drove prices way up in the Nord Pool system. And this price also finally affected the Baltics through the S-Link connection. But the good news is that for the most part of the year, when the S-Link was working, some of the cheap electricity was exported by Finland to the Baltics, so it works both ways. But returning to the gas market and harmonization that was mentioned, gas is mostly used for heating. Though we are in the process of electrification, gas still plays an important part. I wanted to ask Mr. Chakste, as one of the biggest heating producers in the Baltics, would you say that the role of gas is changing in heating? And if we look at the Baltic level, do you think Latvia and Lithuania is moving towards what we call the Estonian model, where the role of natural gas is decreasing and it's more so only used for peak demand? Has there been a change, or do you foresee that as we have this transition, gas will be significantly less important in this portfolio? Well, there was no issue until the end of 2021. Gas was cheap, CO2 taxes were also very low. The problem was at the end of 2021, the beginning of 2022, and as you know, during that crisis, many municipalities started burning wood chips, and that's a good thing from the point of view of sustainability and security, and we support that, especially if wood chips are being provided from local facilities. We also, our company owns the heating supplier in Liepāja, where they use 80% wood chips and about 10% gas in during peak hours, and I think that works great. And in Liepāja, we actually have the third cheapest heating all over Latvia. The model was historically based on gas, and it's not easy to change it. CHPs, of course, are now mostly producing electricity, and we have huge capacities with boilers that are no longer producing cheap heating because of how much the resources cost. But I believe heating in Riga will also in the future be a free market, where we'll see more residual heating, heating produced by facilities that burn waste. And I think the market will quickly change, and the company Riga Siltums will just be an operator to ensure free market for various market players, and their dominance over the market will dissipate.
Jā, paldies.
Yes, thank you. I would like to also talk about electrification as well as supply of heating, which is important. And also from the regulatory point, we have started pilot projects or sandbox projects. This is one heating project in Riga. And this is something that we are talking about the options, how to include it into tariffication so that people would gain from it. Another one is that in the town of Salaspils. This is also about the heating. And the point was to understand what kind of a more specialized tariff could be used so that we can have better solutions and really make sure that the tariff to the consumers is the best. So basically electrification in the heating area, that's important. So then, of course, obviously, we will not be cutting the traditional way how we produce heating, but it means that in some cases it will be possible to use electricity mostly for heating production. But I have a positive outlook on that. Thank you so much. I think we have to finish our conversation because of the time restraint. So to conclude, to summarize, from both panel discussions, we could see that technological advancement is happening in all three Baltic states. And those are modern technologies that are coming to the market. And those technologies are helping to bridge the gap in the regional differences as it was years ago regarding electricity and heating. So basically, we can say harmonization because of the market forces is happening. And mostly it is related to use of electricity and production of electricity, as we were able to discuss before. It means that we have diversification of resources, and we are able to use different resources to produce energy. We have better synergy and also opportunities to store the energy that we have produced. And this is something that we can use to react to the peak demands, because the peak demands are usually very expensive, and it means that the consumers would have to pay more. But now we can do it, we can do better. And this is something that we can see in all three Baltic states. So it means that regarding a balanced energy portfolio, this is something that we will be able to discuss some years from now from a completely different angle, because the situation is changing. It keeps changing, and some of the Baltic states most probably will have taken next steps regarding using atomic energy and other options that are available on the market. So we will see. So basically what I'm trying to say and what I'm asking decision makers to take into account when you're talking about development of the energy market and of the energy sector, I think the Baltic states have some great potential when we are coming together, working together. And this will be an opportunity not to invest into assets that keep losing their value, so that we are not ending up with stranded assets. Because definitely we want to avoid that the market is overflown with a technology that will be outdated. So, and I see people nodding, so the panelists can agree to my conclusions. And thank you so much to all panelists. And now I think it's time for a coffee break.
Always.
Lielas paldies visiem.
Thank you so much to everybody in session 1, and also to our international experts. Yes, now we have time to have lunch. And thank you to our moderators of the first session. Thank you so much, Reinis. And you have also helped with your experience. And please, the members of the Baltic Parliament, stay here. We want to have a family photo. And then we will continue at 3:25.
Dear participants, MPs, let us continue with the second session of today's conference. Well, we will focus on the role of the society in disinformation, and this will be the last panel discussion of our conference. We'll have political representation through politicians and MPs from the parliaments of all three Baltic states. And then we'll have a very interesting introductory presentation. And now I give floor to our moderator, Olga Bogdanova.
Yeah, paldies, Kaspar. Thank you, Kaspar. So we continue with the last panel session, and this panel session will be devoted to disinformation. And that is my big honor to invite the participants of this panel discussion. First, it's Mario Kadastik, member of the European Affairs Committee, Parliament of Estonia. Then it's Birute Vesaite, member of the Committee of Energy Sustainable Development of Parliament of Lithuania, and Udis Rodbergs, who is Deputy Chairman of the European Affairs Committee, Parliament of Latvia. So, and also we are very honored to have here a distinguished speaker, one of the authors of a study which was implemented by the Wind Euro on disinformation. And we will have a presentation, and please, Aramis Zinke, also join us for that. Already at the beginning, I mentioned that one of the key priorities of the Ministry of Climate and Energy in Latvia is to try to find a bridge between community and the governmental institutions, because we are not that many in the Baltic states to have something to argue for. So it's very important to find an answer to the question: what is the subject of the argue, and how to find the better connections in the finding the best fit solutions. But please, Aramis, floor is yours, and please give us the overview of the outcomes of the study you with your colleagues implemented.
Thank you. I will come to that shortly. Before that, let's talk about what we see up here, the war in the Middle East. Since the start of this, Europe has been losing 500 million euros every single day since the start of the crisis. In total, that's now almost 50 billion euros that the EU and its member states and its economies have lost in increased fossil fuel prices. We're not suddenly importing more, we're just paying more money for the same amount of fossil fuels. And these almost 50 billion euros are just a fraction of the cost that Europe may be facing. Remember that Russia's war on energy has cost Europe more than 1 trillion euros. All of this hints to the root of the problem that Europe is facing now. And that is our dependence on foreign fossil fuel imports. Our populations, our businesses pay the bills for this, with higher energy prices and the resulting inflation, including here in the Baltics. This is a massive issue for our competitiveness, for our prosperity, and for our security. But I haven't come all the way from Brussels to tell you how bad things are. We don't have to depend on the Middle East, on Russia, on the US to supply our energy, to decide over the fate of our economies and our populations. We can shape our own destiny. We can move from crisis to confidence. Already today, Europe's wind fleet is supplying 20% of our electricity. Renewables in Europe supply around 50% of Europe's electricity. And these renewables are already alleviating our energy prices. Earlier today, you heard Fatih Birol from the IEA, and the IEA says that Europe saved 100 billion euros between 2021 and 2023, so the height of the energy crisis caused by Russia, thanks to newly installed wind and solar capacities that have been installed across Europe. But, and I heard this already a lot today, these great numbers on how our our electricity is increasingly becoming decarbonized. But that's just one part of the story. The road ahead of us is still very long. Here we see our current energy mix. And we see that, yes, electricity here, it's getting decarbonized, but it's only a minor fraction of our total energy use. The rest of our energy system is dominated by oil and gas that is used for industry, transport, and heating. We must electrify our energy systems. And with this, we can drive prices down and get rid of these fossil fuel imports that are straining our energy markets and economies. All of this is a central consensus among scientists, experts, and it is the reason why the European Union and its member states have committed to massively expand renewables across Europe. Here we're seeing one of the scenarios drawn by the European Commission. But when I open internet blogs, social media, then I see a totally different picture. There, the narrative goes something on the lines of, it's not the fossil fuel imports that are the problem. No, it's the evil windmills. The windmills, they don't actually solve climate change. They make climate change worse. And also, they kill the whales. And they are the reason why our energy prices are going up. Now, the first source that I've just quoted is a seemingly independent news outlet from Czechia. And if you look at the other articles of that news outlet, you see that it's pro-Kremlin talking points. The second source we had here is part of a network of social media accounts from US offshore wind, anti-offshore wind groups. And this report from Brown University has found that fossil fuel majors have been financing the organizations behind those social media accounts. The third example was a section from Russia Today, most precisely the German outlet of Russia Today. So while Europe has a lot to win from expanding renewables, there are others that also have a lot to lose. Still today, Russia supplies 12% of Europe's gas. Europe is still spending around 500 billion euros every year on fossil fuel imports. Number could be higher this year because of everything that's going on in the Middle East. So there are actors that benefit massively from our dependency. And they will continue to undermine our public discourses and energy ambitions. They introduce harmful narratives in our public debate, misleading assumptions about green energy. This is what we call disinformation. But not everyone speaking out against wind energy is connected to these powers. It can also be someone in our family, someone in our constituencies. It often happens, especially in the social media environment, that these wrong, misleading narratives are picked up and then recycled again and again, reaching mass audiences. And this is what we call misinformation. Unfortunately, the Baltics, and especially Latvia, are also affected by all of this. A report by experts and researchers here from the Baltics has found that pro-Kremlin actors in Latvia are actively attacking the country's wind energy development. And we see that these claims, these harmful narratives, are reaching large audiences. Wind Europe has been developing a monitoring tool to analyze social media discourses across Europe. It only captures a fraction of what's going on, but it has also collected a few of the relevant accounts from Latvia that have repeatedly engaged in wind energy dis- and misinformation narratives. And what we've seen in this tool, that only again covers a portion of the discourse, is that these accounts have reached almost 200,000 reactions. That's reactions, so that means comments or likes. The views of these posts, around 800 posts, will be even higher. And for Latvia, this means that a significant portion of society has been exposed to dis- and misinformation. And we see the impact of this in the public discourse here in the Baltics. Significant parts of the population are skeptical about wind energy. And we also see the political realities of this. Wind projects are being either delayed or they are at threat of being cancelled altogether because policymakers are giving in to these concerns. For example, by defining huge exclusion zones for wind development. But despite everything, all three Baltic countries still have a great wind pipeline. Companies willing to invest millions of euros in energy security. But that in itself will not guarantee that wind energy will actually get built. Your countries are now at a crossroads, especially here in Latvia with a new government and elections coming soon. You can choose to stop the development of renewables, stay dependent on fossil imports, let Russia, the Middle East and others decide over your energy prices. Or we can go down another path, scale renewables, benefit from lower prices, become more energy independent. This would mean that you also benefit from more economic activity. Right now, we're just sending our money abroad. But the wind farms that we have already built, they are paying billions of euros in taxes in Europe every year. And we also generate local jobs. There's 440,000 people working in European wind right now, and the number is steadily rising. By 2030, we expect 600,000 people to be working in wind energy. And hopefully, many of them will be here in the Baltics. You shape your region's energy journey. You can either increase the uncertainty in your population by feeding into these misleading narratives, or you can boost confidence in renewables and the road ahead of us. And once the more turbulent times, elections, etc., are over, we also have to think about the long-term measures to overcome the issues that we're facing in the public debate. And here, it will be important to consider the regulation of social media platforms. Right now, anyone can reach millions of Europeans with deeply misleading claims, with even dangerous content, and there are no ramifications. Even worse, the social media algorithms benefit content that triggers fear and outrage. And that's the reason why across Europe, our societies have become so polarized. And we even see the impact of this with physical attacks on wind farms. The EU is working on initiatives to hold social media platforms accountable, to facilitate a debate that champions facts instead of fear. I strongly encourage you to support these measures at the EU level. And the long-term solution, they also lie here in the Baltics. Many of you are working with the local communities on wind energy related or other energy related permits. I heard from some of you how hard this work is, negotiating with, convincing local populations. Yes, it's hard, but it is also the right thing to do. We, as the wind industry, we are doing our part. We're going out there to the local communities, engaging with them proactively. But, and rightfully so, we are seen as biased. We crucially need you on our side to speak to the public at eye level, to explain the benefits of wind energy and the reasons for building it. And our education systems can also play a crucial role in addressing these issues. If we inform young people about the threat of dis and misinformation, if we boost media literacy, then we can make them more resilient to dis and misinformation. The EU has developed an education action plan which sets out all the right guidelines on this end. Esteemed colleagues, the solution for a stronger, energy-independent Europe, they are all here. We have all the technologies we need: wind, solar, grids, energy storage. With the wars in the Middle East and beyond raging on, and Europe losing 500 million euros every day in increased fossil fuel prices, the people increasingly feel the impact of the Middle East war in their own pockets. Now we have the momentum to get the public on board for renewables build-out, to move forward with wind farm permits, and to drive the electrification of our energy system. Let's meet the moment. Let's shape Europe's destiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armis, and I would like to join our panel session. And of course, questions are welcome, but first question from my side would be, do you see some kind of similarities between anti-renewables movements and anti-vaccination movements, or anti-European movements, and other kind of anti-movements, or it is very specific for renewable energy sources and windmills?
No, they are all part of the same ecosystem that we see online. This is this tendency of social media to put our populations into different brackets. And once your social media algorithm puts you in a certain bracket, then similar content is being played out. And in the case of renewables, we see that those same accounts that attack wind energy, solar, etc., they have also previously spread the dis and misinformation around vaccines. They're also the ones that attack the Ukrainian leadership and boost other pro-Kremlin narratives.
Well, thanks a lot. And actually, this study on disinformation is also available publicly. You can visit the webpage of Europe, and you can find it in, I guess it was in publications. Yeah, but well, let's have some reflections to the presentation before we take a round with the questions. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think it's a well-known or well-established phenomena that this the way social media classifies people and tries to boost the negative feelings. But it's, to be fully fair, it's not strictly related only to the social media. It has enhanced it, but especially the disinformation component of it has been used before, including in this region. I mean, if you take the whole step back, then Germany left the nuclear era because of a huge disinformation campaign that was originally created and composed by Russians and fed to the German Greens, which then is still being used as a playbook. I mean, a lot of the arguments are still the same, even though now, decades later, it has been shown that it was a full Russian disinformation campaign to get Europe out of the nuclear age and get them to depend on the Russian gas. And the same happened in Lithuania when we had 10 years ago the joint project to try to create the, after Ignalina, we wanted to create a new nuclear plant in, yeah, yes, it was for all of the three countries. And it failed partially because of active manipulation from the Russian side, including bribing some of the people. So they do it even before the social media era. The toolkits are the same. They just have expanded the toolkits now to also include the digital age. And this is actually going to get even worse because, as you already mentioned, some of the content is purely AI generated. So you don't even need to have photos of people protesting or something happening. You just generate those images. And we are getting to the point where it's not trivial to make a difference between what is the real picture and what is a generated picture. So this is a common problem. And I don't think there is any trivial or easy solutions except for really people learning to come back to the origin or source critics so that you don't take random images, pictures, and what people are sharing as pure truth, but you actually verify the content. But to be fair, I don't see this going to be happening to the general populace. So I don't have any good solutions, but this is not wind specific for sure. Nuclear is attacked in the same way. It actually had a huge impact. Europe lost decades on this. And Ursula von der Leyen has said that this was one of the biggest mistakes Europe made. So this is happening. I mean, it was for vaccines. It's basically enhancing the NIMBY effect, trying to mobilize a small minority to cause a problem for the majority. So I don't think there is a good solution, but the problem is generic. It's not just the wind.
Yeah, Birgitta, please. Yeah, you can.
I would like to demonstrate how the demonization of vaccines or future technologies and renewable energy is going on. Usually a small group of coordinated individuals creates the illusion of mass community resistance. Alongside pseudo-scientific myths regarding the harm of wind turbines to health, the environment, or property value to stall projects in regional municipalities. So it's the instrument, how it works.
Thank you. Ugi, some reflections on the presentation?
Just really reflections. And first of all, most of my time is not in European affairs, but security and defense. So I apologize if I will have another little bit perspective. And all the time when we have discussion about misinformation, we forget the other side. The misinformation is a transmission, at the end of which is a receiver. There is an individual. And if I may have a NATO perspective, they have plans on land, air, sea, space, cyber, and they also have plans for cognitive warfare, which are extremely undeveloped. And we don't approach misinformation from the cognitive perspective, how the individuals make their decisions. And basically, just to make it very simplified, we are making decisions with three organs: heart, brain, and stomach. Heart means our feelings. Brain means critical, understanding facts, and feelings, intuition. The stomach is intuition. And because of the artificial intellect, basically our target is as individuals or groups where we can be fed exactly according to our preferences, our cyber history, what we prefer or what we not. We get whatever in Facebook or Twitter, and suddenly everything appears. And you have developed artificial truth. It's just an appearance. It doesn't exist. You know, you can tell, let's say, flat Earth supporter, the best astronomist can come out and say, well, the Earth is globe. But that person is not thinking with the brain. He's thinking with something else. And this is the warfare where I don't have an answer. That's a cognitive area where we very much underdeveloped. And our basic neighboring enemy is developing very fast. China is doing that very fast. And we have to also separate things which are really undermining democratic system, energy independence, things like that, from the battle which exists in energy sector by its definition because of different energy sources, the gas against renewables, things like that. Just one example, next day after the Peninsula blackout, we got respected people out on the internet media that this is due to the renewables. The renewables are guilty. And we as politicians have a problem. To whom should we listen? Who is holding that facts? We have only interest groups, then we have misinformation, then we have artificial, non-existing truth, and how to make a decision which is really to the benefit we want all. So this is, I think, the biggest challenge, and we shouldn't look on counterfeiting the facts with other facts. That doesn't work. In some instances it works, but it's really to understanding the receiving end, not transmitting end. Who is going to listen to it, and what drives this listener? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, well, absolutely true. Someone should generate, then is transmission, and then is the receipt of the information. All the link is very important. But let's now zoom in a little bit in the situation of each country. And, well, maybe, Mario, you could start. How could you characterize how this misinformation looks like in Estonia? Is there something specific in Estonia? And, well, actually, if we look at the development of the windmills, the best key situation currently is in Lithuania, Estonia is on second place, and in Latvia we are on the last place. Yeah, so of course this information also is a very important factor which affects the speed of development. So how do you see the picture in Estonia?
So it's to be fair, I mean we might be in the second place, but our acceleration is negative. So it's effectively coming from those disinformation campaigns. One of the conservative parties essentially put their whole campaigning for local municipality elections tied to being against wind. And they did it in cohort with all of the misinformation and disinformation campaigns which were happening on social media, and they fully utilized that. It has been their message anyway that they don't want the renewables, but then they went with everything on board, with all of the health damages, the property damages, everything. And they went and really attacked in all the municipalities, organizing, we call this the traveling caravan. So basically there was a set group of people who went from county to all of these meetings for planning agencies and were claiming about everything being so super bad. And what they actually reached was that during the local municipality elections, a lot of the municipalities changed governance, and the people who are now in charge of the planning offices are those essentially anti-vaxxers, so anti-renewables. So we don't really see good ways in a lot of municipalities moving forward with any of the projects because they have been now indoctrinated into this. And it's not trivial to change that mentality. Even though now there have been studies coming out, but as you mentioned, they're not thinking with the brain. They're probably sitting on what they're thinking with. But in any case, they don't take the facts in. They take only the pure emotions. And from that, they just go with the herd. And it's very difficult now to change that. So from the energy perspective, I would say this is the situation with wind. There are some municipalities where things are reasonable, so we can move forward with some developments, of course. We have developed some national subsidy or support mechanisms for local municipalities so basically, if they create the wind farm or they fully create all the licensing for it, they'll get €1 million. Just as a one lump sum bonus to the municipality. So there is an incentive for the municipality. But it doesn't work for those where there is a true misinformation campaign behind it. We do also have this also, of course, on the security front, in the sense that there is always Kremlin propaganda being spewed by certain accounts, especially now with the drones and situations with these. All of the propaganda about the Baltic States allowing their airspace to be used to attack Russia, it's the moment something happens, it's all over the social media again. So it's affecting all sectors. It's not tied only to the energy sector. It's tied also to the defense parts. It's tied to the health. I mean, we saw it hugely with all the COVID vaccination elements. So it's, I don't think we are in any way free of that crap. So it's all there, it's all happening, it's all also happening in the sense that it actually had a huge impact on the local municipality elections. So there was a huge shift from more liberal parties to very conservative ones, and especially in regions which had active wind development projects. In the process of hearings. So those really converted hard towards more conservative views. So this is a problem. We will also have elections next spring for the parliament. So we'll see. But these days, I know there was once in Poland, I think, was 2 days before elections, candidate's audio came out like he had been buying votes. And it was later proved that this was a disinformation campaign. It was an AI-generated clip, but it aired 1 or 2 days before elections, and it was disproved the next day, but it was already too late. So we have a saying that the lies have already made 3 circles around the globe before the truth gets its pants on. So it's tough. It's not easy. And the only thing that I know that kind of works, at least this was during the COVID era, is that you kind of have to vaccinate people against anti or disinformation. So basically, you have to tell them in advance that there is going to be that kind of disinformation, and this is bullshit because of that. So if they haven't heard about it yet, then this works, and when they then see it, they will say, this is the disinformation. So it's kind of like vaccinations. You have to tell them in advance, but the problem is, there is so much of it around out there, so it's kind of impossible to vaccinate you against everything. So it's like a flu vaccine. Half of the people will still get it. So.
Right, absolutely. There is a sea of information, but well, in Lithuania we have 20 times more wind energy in comparison to Latvia, so it looks like it's a very, very good situation with this information, I mean, in a good sense. Or how do you see it?
I think it's very similar to Estonia and Latvia. It was nearly the same. And Lithuania views this information not merely as a communication issue, but as a long-term systematic threat to national security. It is calculated hostile operation, systematically timed and coordinated around our political calendar. You can see it in Latvia. The same balloon is blown now in Lithuania because of personal data theft from national registry. So for decades, you know, energy served as Russia's primary instrument of geopolitical influence in the Baltic States. Consequently, every strategic step we took towards sovereignty was met with coordinated information attacks. As policymakers and legislators, we must clearly recognize these recurring disinformation patterns. Exit from Braille. As Baltic states took the final steps to disconnect from Braille ring, a massive scare campaign was unleashed on our societies. Falsehoods were deliberately spread, claiming that this decision would cause total grid collapse and the blackouts across the Baltic states. The clear objective was to plant panic and political mistrust in unified decisions. The true aim of these narratives is to slow down our domestic energy generation and maintain our dependence, because every local green megawatt hour directly cuts into Russia's revenue from fossil fuel exports.
Oh, thank you, Birta. And now I would like to turn to Ugis, and I think you have the most complicated question, because in the report what Aramis presented, Latvia was on the first place in the European Union on disinformation if you count the number of messages versus the population. First place in the European Union. So how could you characterize even more the situation? How do you see it? And, well, is it the same like it is reflected in figures?
At last we are at some point at first place in Europe, you know. But I told you before the panel that whatever your question be, I will be telling what I want to tell. And just a quick example of the Latvian case about, we have a strong opposition against windmills on the offshore, on the west coast, offshore windmills. And we try to, or those who want to promote, they try to address through facts. But those who oppose, that's not misinformation. They think with their hearts because they don't like the view. And that's as simple as that. And if I don't like a view, you don't go with the facts. You have to think something else. And I'm the youngest pensioner in the parliament currently, and I can tell my own, when I was a young boy, Latvian landscape looked very different. You had small haystacks, you had single cows chained, you had small pieces of forest in the middle of the field, and now you have big herds of animals, white plastic bags with silo, and no one gives a damn shit. People have used to this landscape. So the attitudes towards landscape change. And you can land in European city where the windmill be in the middle of the city, and this is currently one thing. So we have to differ the things what my colleague said here of misinformation. As soon as person has some attitude, it is used to boil by our kind of enemies and real enemies which want to dismantle everything, rule of law and kind of our value systems and things like that. It's not about anymore about this one business against other, business to business. So, and as soon as we have something else in our thinking, it is used, and it could be anything. It could be vaccine, and you can have aluminum foil, these ones. When I worked in Riga City Council, there's a big library building, and there were people telling this is antenna to whatever broadcast, and serious people, normal people, which are not classified as idiots. And then, of course, you have media, social media, then you have useful idiots in academic world, you have useful idiots in political world. Look on how difficult it is to have a common agreement in European Parliament for support of Ukraine, for instance, or whatever. So, and there, I don't have an answer. That I said, that's the difficult stuff. And if we are in the first place, that means that we are low-hanging fruit for the enemy. That's where you always try to put your kind of resources, whom you fight, the weakest place. So this is where we should boost our defense, not the military, but really defend in a cognitive terms. And that's what we are doing. It's not enough to switch off some Russian channels or we will print newspapers in whatever languages. It's not about that. It's about understanding why these people are so vulnerable, whom they trust, who are their role models, are they good guys, are they bad guys, and you have to deal with the role models, and we have, sorry to say, in our parliament, there is openly pro-Kremlin people, openly, and they are elected by citizens, not by Russia. They're elected by our own people. So I don't have an answer, and don't ask me again. Thank you.
I will definitely ask you something, but a little bit later. Well, in the Baltic States, we like complaining. Everything is bad. We are the first place in the negative term. But I have a question to Aramis. Is there somewhere a wonderland when everything is fine? Maybe you can share us with some positive moments when the countries cope with that, and there is not an issue at all. The disinformation against not only maybe renewables, but some kind of sensitive topic for that particular country.
When we compare the opinion polls across Europe, first thing that we see is that in those countries where they do not have a lot of wind energy, skepticism towards wind energy is much higher, which makes perfect sense. If you don't know something, you're more skeptical about it. And the shining example that I really like to look at here is Germany. Germany is by far the country with the highest density of wind turbines. And if we look at the German opinion polls on wind energy, and we see that they have a very strong majority in favor of wind energy. And even a strong majority in favor of wind energy when locals are asked if they want to have a wind turbine in their neighborhood. And they also have a strong majority in favor of wind energy if they ask those locals that already have a wind turbine in their neighborhood if they approve of it. So this is what will hopefully also partly resolve the issue, is once we have rolled out wind energy more and more in the Baltics, that approval will automatically rise. And here it's also about the community benefits. We have certain municipalities in Germany that have suddenly become rich because of wind energy, because wind energy is providing taxes, sometimes also specific community funds. There are also certain laws here in the Baltics that require the developers to provide some of the benefits. And of course, at some point, this will reach the communities. It will help people. It will produce good stories. But it's also important that we talk these things up and that we actively engage in the public debate. And I've mentioned how the social media algorithms are playing against us, but that's not a reason to just abandon social media and not be active there. There are already these voices that reach millions of people with pro-renewables messaging, and it's important that we help these voices. Perhaps I was speaking too long.
Yeah, electricity decided to disconnect.
The Russians.
Probably. So that's actually, it's very interesting. As you have heard, also lecturing at the university, and once I made an experiment. I asked students to mention any kind of movement against they like. Doesn't matter. Against politician, against teacher, against whatever. We had full whiteboard with messages. And then I asked someone to mention a movement for. I guess it was 1, 2 examples, and I even do not remember them. Something very not memorable. But maybe we can now move to the second part of the discussion, from the depressive part to what we can do. And we just already said, don't ask me this question. And maybe if you, and actually you have already mentioned some, let's say, element of the possible solution. So if you do not have something to add on a solution, maybe you can then give your thoughts on who are those who should take the steps moving forward the solution, toward the solution. Who are those who should make that solution? Is it government? Are there politicians, NGOs? Who are those who should fight, combat with it, disinformation? Altogether it's clear, but altogether it's not an answer. So who would be the first to start? Mario, please.
I started, so I'll start again. Not that I have very good ideas. I think it's a systematic question. So it probably cannot be something we put on only one group's shoulders. So it has to be a systematic effect. I think EU-wise, we could, across the EU, try to really get, I mean, no single small country is going to be able to force Meta or others to change the algorithms. But EU-wide, we might be able to force them to remove the elements of the algorithm which kind of grows the divide and tries to get more negative feelings out of people. So if those algorithms don't enhance the messages as much as they do now, that should help. But it's not going to be the end of the initial problem. What truly would help is if there was some kind of, I mean, we've had in our local news media these fact checkers and fact checking articles, etc. So it might help a little bit for those who are not in the thing itself right now, but they see the fact check article first. It's coming back again to this fact of mental vaccination against disinformation, that if you do get already the information about the fact check, you might be more biased towards an objective view of it than when you just get the initial article. But it's again not something you can ask all the government agencies to do, or just the news media to do, or just some NGOs or parliamentarians. It's kind of like one idiot can talk 10 times more than 100 good scientists. It's just the medium itself enhances that kind of one idiot more than it enhances these legitimate commentators and experts. So it used to be the same before, but nobody gave voice to those idiots. Now they can just spread it however way they want. Previously, there was source critics. So if you wanted to post random jabber onto some news outlet, they would check your article and they would have fact checkers on it and they would just throw it out. So there was a filter. Not that we should really have filters on everything. This is what China does and this is what Russia does. But somehow to remove the amplification power of it. Because right now the good messages are not getting amplified. It's only the negative ones. So as you mentioned, I mean, everybody can list tons of organizations against something, but very few can list organizations for something. So it's kind of a mental attitude. And I think this comes from survivalist instincts. I mean, your brain is developed to remember the bad stuff because the bad stuff kills you. So you have to remember those so you can run away. So this is genetically, our brain is enhanced to be more receptive to the negative news. That's why everybody is pushing these fatalistic headlines and whatnot so that you would grab your attention. So the only way I would see is that if we can get the amplification power down, then maybe the information can get to more people in the pre-phase than in the post-phase.
Right, I guess people are really looking for the bad news and they're enjoying bad news. I remember when the synchronization project was going on, well, in the Latin media, there wasn't that kind of bad news, but they found the news in Estonian newspapers as well. The Latvian government is not telling us, but it's true. We read it in Estonian news, so they are really looking. Yes, absolutely. So we have one question from the audience, and then we go to Birta. Yeah, please.
Ačiū labai, iš tiesų labai įdomu klausytis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is very interesting to listen to you, to participate in the discussion, but I have to admit that I do not fully agree with everything 100%, and I'm thinking to myself, we need some deeper understanding, deeper insights in some cases, to make sure that we do not fall victims to this general assessment. What I mean is that while we are living in a period when in the public area we have all of us have a possibility to express our views and defend a certain truth we hold dear to us. Since you mentioned the pandemics a lot, I would like to remind you that this period that we had to live through, our generation had to live through, well, we had to face a situation when people were being vaccinated with an experimental vaccine. To tell the truth, today we must admit that there are many scientific conclusions. I'm not talking about my own opinion about the things that others try to impose on you, and this question is very unambiguous, and I think, or rather ambiguous, and I think that's very good. And I think that disinformation is when something is portrayed as a fact rather than an opinion, or when there is an attempt to encourage critical thinking. It's obvious that critical thinking is a driving force that allows us to find the truth, to make sure that we're able to navigate in certain situations. I'm not questioning the panelists, but I think that all of us have some pathway behind us. We have our own professions, our personal experiences, our worldviews. But if we want to go a little bit deeper rather than superficially, and to compare people with idiots, well, I hope there are fewer idiots than we try to imagine. At least that's my personal view. And also we must admit that there's a lot of disinformation, not only in the social media. There's plenty of disinformation and misinformation in our traditional media where people are working and not necessarily professionals. A journalist is not necessarily a professional in medicine, in other fields. they have a duty to provide the information which is well argued, based on sources, and so on and so forth. But I must admit that I sometimes see that on certain issues, the media does shape their opinion. Is it good? Is it bad? How should we maintain this? So I think it's another, a matter for another discussion. So I just wanted to add that it has been generalized a lot, but in certain cases, I think there is still plenty of room for staying calm and live optimistically. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the comment, and I think it's always a mixture of truth and false when something is going on. But yeah, well, who would like to reflect to the comment?
To the comment?
Yeah.
So, to the comment, I agree. People have different tracks behind them, and for sure, the traditional media is also getting out, to an extent, out of hand. They are getting more opinionated. It's not the objective view anymore. It's opinionated, and it's partially because of the fact of the rise of social media and influencers. Because there are no filters on social media. People can voice whatever opinion they want without any fact-checking. And it's pressured the viewership moving more towards the new media, which means that a lot of the old media tries to still grab back the viewership. And this means that they have somewhat relaxed their boundaries on what they should or shouldn't do. And the journalistic ethics depends a lot on the person. So some outlets are also modified by possible ownership questions, who choose the main editors, who might have certain biases. So I think these things have always been there to an extent, but they are getting more pronounced, especially with, let's say, very fatalistic headlines. They want to grab back the attention, so they on purpose put headlines which are far more controversial than they should be if you read the content. So I think this is trying to grab back the views from the new media, which doesn't have the filters. So I think this is part of the development, which is, it's deteriorating all of that. I think actually, if we these days had really good news outlets which went fully on the quality, I think a lot more people would want to buy that news media, because this is something that where you can trust it a bit more. But it doesn't seem to be niche enough, so it's diluting also the usual media. So I agree, it's not trivial.
Yeah, well, Uye, you want to reflect as well?
Yeah. I actually like this, both two gentlemen, what they said, and I think what is really happening is that we are marginalizing on both sides. And it's very, very difficult to stay in the middle. And we see both in politics, in media, elsewhere, the ones, and I would not that much agree with you that saying that analytical and central stuff is well demanded. It's just the opposite. We are struggling how to support independent research-based journalism. It's not, the public is not paying for this anymore. You have either or. And I think that is a challenge. We are becoming extremes on both sides. And if you are neutral, no one cares about you, sorry to say. But coming back to the previous, what Aramis said about this, how to go ahead with this, just one solution partly mentioned. I remember a long time ago, the pipeline was built somewhere in northern Canada where the Inuit people were against. They didn't like it. They simply gave shares to those Inuit people. And then suddenly they were all in favor. And that's one solution. But what I think that, as I previously told, the role models are important. If our president on his land would build a windmill, or our famous basketball player Porzingis on his land would build windmills, that would help a lot. So we have to look what is motivating, which people are role models, and talk to them. And the third thing is that you should, what we did in the beginning of accession to EU, many community leaders were taken to older Europe, showing what does it mean to be in Europe. So we should deal with community leaders, put them in the plane and get to the places where those windmills work. Simply that, to experience. If you have your own experience, this is something much stronger than the clear facts which are written. And that is possible chance to change some attitude, and then they become local leaders. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's also important to distinguish whether there is a concern to work with or concerns are changing all the time. Then you understand the actual reason for putting the bottlenecks is something different, just to stop a movement, right? To have a lot of arguments and not to allow the movement. So we have a reflection once again. Then we will give the floor to Birta, and then there will be 2 more questions, and then I guess people are sending to me also signals that time is be over soon.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
Yeah, just wanted to reflect that, in fact, what you last mentioned, in Estonia we have these small modular reactors, nuclear development ongoing. And the developer has been, for the last half a decade or a decade, has been taking the people who are living closest to the probable site on trips to Olkiluoto, just so that they can talk with the locals, can see the plant, can ask the local municipality and local people what they think. And they come back. And they have taken hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And the result is that there is no NIMBY effect. Everybody says that they actually want it, and 2 municipalities are fighting for it. So I've even heard that during a wind planning session, somebody said, just stop building wind and make the goddamn nuclear already. So it's worked the other way around. So it can help, yes, if you help people understand it, and then they become in the local municipality these fireside chats where people just talk, or next to the water cooler chats, or basically, so that people talk amongst themselves, and then they become far more trusted sources. But that's exactly the same way also the disinformation moves. So,
Right. Birta, please.
Yeah. There are many ways how to struggle with disinformation, but I will not be so philosophic. I should say what Lithuania is doing. We understand that disinformation can be defeated by delayed communication. Speed is critical factor in defending democracy. Probably everybody will agree. When disinformation spreads in minutes, reacting hours later means losing information battle. So therefore we have implemented a centralized response model that unifies all state institutions, so-called the whole of government. National Crisis Management Center was established since 2023. The central monitoring, analysis, and response to information threats statewide has been directed by this National Crisis Management Center. And a consolidated model has been fully operational, merging the expert capabilities of 10 different state institutions. Also, we have an extended ecosystem, public sector, NGOs, and media. And I can boast that we had EU-wide legal precedent against platform inaction on European Union level, upon tracking the massive deepfake investment fraud campaign on Facebook. Lithuanian authorities documented the evidence issued by EU-wide warnings via rapid alert system and forwarded the comprehensive evidence package to the European Commission. There were fake platforms, energy platforms created, and a lot of, our elderly people invested into them. So these findings were formally integrated into the communications lawsuits against Meta for systematic DSA violations. And this stands as clear proof that Lithuania has achieved true DSA enforcement maturity.
Thank you very much. So we take question here, please, but try to be very concrete. And if you want to address it to someone concrete, also please mention whether it's to anyone to answer or to some particular.
Good afternoon, I'm Vitalis from the Lithuanian Parliament. I was encouraged to say a word by Mario when he was talking about the traditional media. So I would like to point out that last year, in the Seimas, in the Lithuanian parliament, statistics were published saying that 8 out of 10 residents no longer trust the traditional media. This happened after the traditional media, during COVID, had a very strict rhetoric and protected only one position, only one worldview, whereas private social networks, alternative media channels had another position, another view. And as you said, maybe through disinformation, maybe through other means, the society got very divided, which led to these terrible statistics in terms of trust in media. And for maybe 2 or 3 years, from what I see, the traditional media, in order to re-attract the viewers, are starting to talk about inconvenient topics. So in my opinion, this is the way to compete with disinformation, by allowing ourselves to talk about more unpopular, inconvenient things. In this way, there will be more trust among the population, and this is only one of the instruments. Now, I would like to say a few words about what's happening today. There's a thing called AI agents. If you code them well, if you put a lot of money into them, today we can, and by the way, I think the Latvians will feel them the first during the parliamentary elections. I think this will be very much a problem. You will be able to shape masses or formulate opinion of masses under any question. For example, there are fires in Mississippi forests, and I think Latvians wouldn't care about this. But with AI agents support, this could be so inflated among the public that it would seem as the most pressing issue in Latvia for some reason. So this will persist, and one of the instruments that I think that we will help us to adapt to the disinformation war is a reverse option. We should employ these AI agents that would work against disinformation. So this is my opinion, whether you want to react.
Thank you. I would propose to take several questions and then everyone could reflect as time is running out. The next question was Olds.
Labdien, es principā arī gribēju paturpināt.
Yes, I would like to continue on what our colleague just asked regarding how we act and what are systemic options that we can use in order to work with the society. Well, most people, they trust and they want to trust. The question, of course, how possible it is for them to be analytical and also to understand what is happening. But on the other hand, in the open society, it's quite easy for them to be misinformed. So the question is how the public media can react, on how we can increase the capacity of the mass media and to have a high quality discussion. We know that now in the public media of Latvia, the high quality discussion don't happen. I can say that, and this is completely true, because at this point there is a discussion on management of forestry, and I'm part of this area, and I don't have an opportunity to openly express my opinion in the public media. So we can say that at this point there isn't even an attempt to come up with a high quality discussion. What about Lithuanian and Estonian?
Please, gentlemen.
Labdien, Ivars.
I'm Ivars Levzaniks from the Energy Association, the Veterans Club. And it's a very good point that we're discussing today, and the discussion was really good. So I'd like to discuss unity of the society. And we keep talking about agents, we are talking about Kremlin agents, but then there is the other side. And I am from the veterans, from people with a lot of experience, and we keep saying that energy should be balanced. It should include resources, renewable resources. But quite often when I say that, people think that you are against the wind farms. And then sometimes people say you are a Russian agent. I'm not a Russian agent. But at this point, this is what's happening. The feeling is that we have just different layers, so we have different groups. So if somebody is not specifically saying what is the official rhetoric, then they should be against. But I think the only way we can achieve unity in our society is that we have open information, we have constructing dialogue. And then if we can see all the reasoning and we can understand how much everything costs, then we can make a decision. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Gentlemen, please, you.
I would like to share my brief experience. I'm the member of the Lithuanian Parliament. I live in Akmenė, next to the Latvian border, and this is the highest concentration of wind power plants per capita in Lithuania. There were 60 of them. It used to be 20. But the most difficult thing was when the investors came with expensive lawyers and they started threatening people, intimidating them that they will sue people if they object. And then everything stopped. So I became an intermediary. I said we must find a common ground with the local community, with the municipality, and with the investor. And all the community asked was not to build 2 power plants next to the village. Once they agreed, the project was further developed, no more problems. But there are other examples when a developer said for the community, we give you 50,000 euros in support for your discomfort because there will be a lot of heavy equipment moving through the village. And the community agreed right away, put their signatures on the paper. And in the Saeimas, we adopted the agreement that from every wind power plant next to village, next to a person, there will be some compensations based from the electricity generated. The community agreed. When the municipality realized that they will get 30,000 euros a year to the budget from every power plant, the municipality accepted. So once we look for common ground between the community, the local municipality, the developers, this brings results. And in the municipality, they agreed that the power plants should be at least 1 kilometer from a residential area, village or homestead. But if the resident who are compensated agrees, you can build closer. Some people agreed. So if we talk with people using the language of arguments, if we listen to each other, we can find a common ground. And my region, Akmenė, is a great example.
Thanks a lot for this experience. And now I know that we are parliamentarians here in the panel. So it's a big challenge to keep you in the timing, but well, time is running out. And I would like to ask every panel speaker to give 1 minute long message, the final message, 1.5 the longest, as a takeaway, or the wish, or something what you are going personally to do in this concern to fight the disinformation. Maybe we can start with non-politician. Armis, very short, 1 or 1.5 minutes long.
I think it's definitely right to also criticize the media, to point that yes, there is sometimes in the traditional media also wrong information. And there's also the need for critical thinking. I absolutely agree with those statements. But the general tendency that we see, and that's the reason why our societies have become so polarized today, is that these social media algorithms that we are now confronted with systematically spread fear and outrage. And that's a systematic issue we just have to address. And we have to also address it by just getting better at communicating and by going out there and communicating with the communities. And to this end, I think the point of the last speaker was very relevant here. We need to make those negotiations, to speak to the local populations, see how the wind farm can benefit them. There are lots of initiatives across Europe. We are now giving an award for the best initiative, boosting local communities. We will now have an own campaign on this this month. So this is definitely something we need to double down on together.
Thank you, Ramis. Oidi?
Just energy is complex and society is complex, and thanks God we have freedom and democracy. But one thing which is come with that is that we all are independent. And both as individuals, as businesses, we have created individual institutions, regulators, anti-corruption, competition agencies, and things like that. And our media is independent, and it is impossible to expect from someone else that someone will come as from the alien and fix the problem we have. And so it is, I believe, in the dialogues, because even as members of parliament, we can't write down what should media write down or what should community do. And your example was very good, where you have to sit down around the table and everyone, thanks God, and celebrate democracy, where everyone is free to express and no one is punished and everyone is right. But you have to diminish your rights, so the others also have to diminish their rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thanks. Of course, if you tell a politician it's 1 minute, max 1.5, it's going to be minimum 1.5. But it's, I wanted to agree that it's excellent that you got to the dialogue phase. It's the trouble of getting actually to the dialogue phase. The polarization is so high these days, and especially, as I mentioned, we had this traveling caravan case. It was trumping up these emotions already before any dialogue could happen. So this means that if we don't even get to the dialogue, it's impossible to have the dialogue and find out what's the problem. So there used to be a very good example I heard once in a book about how to do negotiations, is that if you go to a table and there is only one orange there, and you start to grab it, and the next guy also comes to grab it, and then you get into this who was first and fighting all the way to the end, when in reality you should just have kind of taken a step back and ask, why do you want the orange for? And maybe one wanted it for juice and the other one wanted it for zest. That you could just both have had it without any troubles. But it's the emotions and this magnification of emotions that is taking us away from this democratic discussion, because the democratic discussion should be that you can voice the opinion and others hear. But if it's only a couple of people screaming and everybody else nodding either to the one or the other, it's not going to work. So we have to get the magnification down. That's my message, I think.
Thank you, Maria Birk.
My message is that the energy security of our region will only be complete when we successfully defend our democratic information space. This mission demands an integrated approach, robust physical and critical infrastructure, unyielding regulation of tech giants via DSA, Digital Service Act, and the energy literal, digitally resilient society that we as lawmakers are duty-bound to empower.
Thank you very much, and let's give a big applause to our panel discussion participants. It was a very intensive, energetic conversation and a lot of takeaways. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thanks a lot for audience for very interesting questions and comments.
Paldies tulkiem.
And thanks to the interpreters, says MP Priškens.
Liels paldies Olgai un pēdējā.
Thank you, Olga, and the last panel participants. It's hard to summarize what we've heard today. We've discussed diversifying generation capacity. We've discussed transmission systems and its capacity. We've discussed interconnection. We've discussed the role of horizontal industries, including in energy and heating, the involvement of the wood industry. We've also just now heard a very interesting discussing on the role of disinformation in all of this, including its impact on our choices in energy policy. I think social media algorithms unfortunately amplify the negative narratives and negative news, correspond with how people react to them, and it makes sense why negative headlines are often on the first page, but I think it impacts the resilience for society and its capacity to react. We also had a very interesting discussion on the NIMBY phenomenon and about countries that have advanced further in terms of energy portfolio. But our Prime Minister also said today that we must strengthen cooperation between the Baltic States in the field of energy. We're all in the same boat or on the same grid. And the strength of one country will impact the others. So I want to thank the experts, our international colleagues, the MPs from Lithuania and Estonia, for their active participation in today's discussion. Thanks to our audience who watched the discussion online on the Saeima webpage, on YouTube. This will not be the last discussion. We will continue working closely at the parliamentary level. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thank you for participating. Goodbye.